And you're looking live at Crew-6 on the move inside astronaut crew quarters. The 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut finished putting on their spacesuits in the historic suit-up room, and now they are walking down the hallway to the elevator. In front, Commander Stephen Bowen and pilot Woody Hoburg. Behind them, mission specialist Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev. They are getting into the elevator to the first floor where they will begin their journey to space. That and more is coming up next.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4.
I feel the liftoff. The clock has started.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Roger, 0G. I feel fine. Godspeed, John Glenn.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries. 2, 1, 0, 0.
Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Stay tuned and to everybody in the shuttle program, the crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
And now you're looking live at the Crew Dragon spacecraft on top of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket that will launch the Crew-6 crew to the International Space Station in a little more than 3 hours. Welcome to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for live coverage of NASA and SpaceX's launch of Crew-6, now streaming in 4K. I'm NASA's Daryl Nail, and with me is NASA astronaut Raja Chari, back by popular demand. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back, Daryl, and hoping the second time is the charm, and hoping to see my first launch.
Absolutely. We're excited to get your reaction on that. In addition to Raja's analysis, we have live updates from Mission Control in Houston and live interviews from our VIP location here at Kennedy. There you see them. Hello, Houston, and hello, Jasmine. And later on, at T-1 hour, we will welcome in SpaceX live from Hawthorne, California. But let's begin quickly with a recap of the first launch attempt early Sunday morning. The day started here with the crew signing the mission patch inside crew quarters at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. They went through the entire process of suit up and transport to the pad, where they ingressed into the Dragon capsule. The countdown moved along smoothly until reduced flow in an engine ignition fluid line was detected by the launch team. The launch was scrubbed with less than 3 minutes in the count. The astronauts remained in the capsule until the rocket was completely detanked. A disappointing moment for the astronauts, certainly, Raja.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're obviously like an instantaneous, instant of a little bit of disappointment, but obviously the right, safe thing to do, and the team all knows that, and so they're ready to do it again today, and have learned from all that, and some great lessons learned.
And now we want to focus on the front doors of the astronaut crew quarters, where those astronauts are ready to walk out. We saw them briefly in the window, and they are ready to go, just momentarily. Be doing it for a second time.
Yep, and we see the stickers around the outside, so they got a chance when they came back from the scrub to smack their Crew-6 sticker on the way in, so some extra luck for tonight.
Absolutely. And we're going to try and give them some more good luck along the way. We'll have more about that later in the show. You see the sign above them with the names of Crew-6.
Yep, and one of the reasons we didn't show some earlier suit up tonight was because it's our second.
And here they come. Crew-6 walking outside of astronaut crew quarters for the second time, hoping to make the flight happen.
We're on countdown. Crew walk
From
out.
left to right.
Crew displays. Our displays are configured.
Andrey Fedyaev, Woody Hoburg, Stephen Bowen, and Sultan Alneyadi. Getting some high fives there.
Yeah. You can see in the background there the SpaceX personnel getting ready to take them out in their Teslas. They're pre-positioning their cooling packs in the vehicles.
Sounds like our microphone is close to mission specialist.
It is, yep, close to the UAE area.
We're looking at Captain Bowen now.
There's Andrey, so a great chance for the friends, family, loved ones to come out and say good luck and see you later to the astronauts. You saw the administrator Nelson and Pam Mulroy down at the end there. The back of her head, and then the administrator just to the right of her.
So Raj, this is the second time they're doing this. What's the kind of the mindset now as you see your family now for the second time?
It's actually kind of nice because you get a little bit of time in between that scrub, and this time to have you build up to a lot of it thinking you're not going to have a whole lot of time, and then you get a little bit of extra time with your family. And I misspoke. That wasn't Pam Mulroy, that's Katie Maynard down there. But yeah, it's actually it's definitely busy. So inside crew quarters, we can talk about that later. There's plenty of sims in there, but it's a nice chance to have a few more hours with your family on Earth.
And you were able to have some communication with the commander during the downtime. What did he say about kind of their mindset?
Well, so Steve commented that this is, essentially all in a day's life. Woody pointed out that this is almost like a free training sim for them. So, and that's kind of one of the reasons we saw them ahead of timeline tonight in the suit-up room is they've done it all before. So a lot of doing something the second time makes it a lot easier. So they essentially had another free dress rehearsal to practice it all.
There's Woody Hoburg, the pilot for Crew-6, giving the wave. You can see there's a sense of familiarity as they get into the Teslas.
Yep, and now you can see Administrator Nelson there, the bottom right, and then Bob Cabanas just to his right. And I think that's Calvin Manning to his right, the Deputy Kennedy Center Director. So definitely a sign of the importance of this mission to have all the headquarters folks come down here, stay down here. The crew's not the only ones who stays down here between scrubs, they do too. So it's all hands on deck.
So the second Tesla, the doors are closed for the commander and the pilot for the mission, and behind them, the mission specialists. In that second Tesla, they also include the flight surgeon. They ride along. And then in the third Tesla, those astronauts are with a second closeout lead. They take some of the closeout team with them on the way to the pad. And take a look at the license plate. We saw this last time. Crew Dragon with a number 6 for the G.
Yeah, and this time I know. So last time I was surprised to find out that it changes each time. I was thought that it always said send it with a 3, but it turns out that was only for Crew 3. So
Crew 3 was a special mission.
Was.
Maybe not special enough for to put it on every single.
Maybe I've been watching that video too much. You see Nora is at the back of that third car. She's in the new class of astronaut candidates from the UAE. Training with who we call the Flies, which is the 2021 class.
Yes. New partnership with the UAE for commercial crew. And now the families get to go up to the window.
Yep, and you just saw Hazza leave the frame, who was the first astronaut from the UAE to go into space. And then he and Sultan actually trained together in Russia, and then Hazza has been Sultan's backup here in the US. So a long partnership between the two of them, training together both in Russia and here.
And we'll hear from Hazza a little bit later on in the show. Our own Jasmine Hopkins is going to be interviewing him again tonight. Look forward to getting the words from him and find out if he was able to catch up with Sultan in the interim.
So the final chance here, so when they get in the Teslas there, they actually hook them up to cooling boxes. So I mentioned before, you saw the SpaceX people kind of going behind the scenes. They get those positioned in the Teslas, so that's why there's some more time, and they use every second they can to talk to the families, which is why they have the windows down, still chatting with them, while the flight docs connect their suit umbilicals to those cooling boxes. That essentially just pumps cool air into the suit, because in the warm, humid Florida weather, it can get somewhat sweaty in there if you don't have some cool air flowing through it.
Right, especially in the tight space.
Exactly.
Did you roll down your window when you were riding out? I saw during demo 2, Bob and Doug rolled down the window briefly.
We did initially, but I put them up once we got going.
And here we go with the crew departing the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. This begins the 20-minute drive with a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. And they're firing up the playlists right now, Raj, as you know. In that first car, if you want to look up these songs and get the vibe of what they're listening to, well, Stephen and Woody are listening to Traveling Band by Creedence Clearwater Revival, May We All by Florida Georgia Line and Tim McGraw, The Space Traveler's Lullaby by Kamasi, he's an American jazz saxophonist, Sing Me to Sleep by Alan Walker, Spaceman by Harry Nilsson. And then in the second car, they got quite a playlist as well.
Yes.
What did you listen to?
So this is it was a collaboration. So Tom and I were in the first car, and then Kayla and Matthias had a mix of U.S. and German songs. So it's like you said, it's kind of the emotional setup for the ride. I think the other benefit of Scrub is we had the benefit of having multiple trips out there. Is that the person who's your DJ has a chance to actually zero in the songs. And so Melissa, who was our chief trainer at SpaceX, actually took the time while we were in quarantine to mix together like a 2021 version of a mixtape, so that we could just play it on the iPod they had in there and time it so that exactly as we were pulling up, we were
finished with the list.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a mix of everything from Blue Light Orchestra to some Guns N' Roses. A little bit of some huge accent. It was a pretty good mix. Actually, Tom and I think Kayla and Matthias, in the travel back and forth to SpaceX and back and forth to different training locations, that's how we sort of sussed out what's on that playlist. I'm sure they did the same for tonight.
End with a great finish of the song. As we just saw there, we have, of course, permission to go through those stoplights with the full security escort. And hey, folks, listen, Raja has some great insight into spaceflight, what it takes to be an astronaut, how he got there. If you want to ask some questions, we want to invite you to participate. If you'd like to ask him a question over the next 3 hours, jump on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch, and send your question with the hashtag AskNASA. We look forward to hearing from you, and I know Raja really enjoyed answering the questions the other night, and he'll do it again. Let's introduce you now to today's crew. Captain Stephen Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts, and is married with 3 children. He holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA's space flights, including space shuttle flights on the STS-126, 132 and 133. During those missions, he and his crew expanded the living quarters on the ISS, delivered an integrated cargo carrier, and a Russian mini research module. He has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours and 18 minutes in 7 spacewalks. He's the wily old veteran, and today he's the commander of Crew-6, a position you know well.
I do, yeah, and it's a great position for him to be in. Like you mentioned, he's got some serious experience and street cred, and much like Tom Marshburn on my flight, trusted to mentor and lead 3 rookies going up there, and so I know he's well up to the task and enjoying going on this trip.
Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoburg. The 37-year-old is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoburg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew-6 will be Hoburg's first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut in 2017. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single-engine, and multi-engine ratings. As pilot for Crew-6, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance. Aboard the station, he will serve as an Expedition 68 and 69 flight engineer.
And his most important role is to continue the presence of turtles on the space station. So what he also commonly referred to as the smartest turtle, but also the most humble one. You wouldn't know that talking to him. But any of the things
Core
on
on
his
countdown, advanced team is complete, ready for crew arrival.
You just heard the core call for countdown timing for the crew arrival. But yeah, all those things Woody's done by themselves would be amazing, let alone in combination.
In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan Alneyadi. He was chosen by the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates to be part of Expedition 68-69. The father of 5 spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. You're familiar with flying with a bunch of rookies.
Yeah, exactly. And can't understate how important this is. The first UAE astronaut going up on a U.S. commercial vehicle to the U.S. segment of the station. This is amazing. The fruit, coming to fruition of a long partnership and a lot of work to get us here.
We saw a shot of the vehicle assembly building dead ahead, and they'll get up, make that right-hand turn, and go right by it. Talking about the mission specialists, it's also the first trip to space for the second mission specialist, Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev. Andrey was selected as a cosmonaut back in 2012. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. And once on board station, he will be a flight engineer for Expeditions 68 and 69.
Yeah, and great to have Andrey on board. I flew out here and back with Christina Cook for the first launch attempt, and she knows him and just has just an amazingly big heart, and is going to be a joy to work with on the space station.
Missed getting into space on his 42nd birthday the other day, but I'm sure he'll take a belated birthday present in the form of a launch tonight.
I'm sure they had some extra cake back at crew quarters for him afterwards. So we also got to break in. We mentioned last time, it's the first time they're using the black Teslas versus the white Teslas. So not sure if maybe Crew-6 maybe have zapped the windshields an extra time to count for their second trip out there. So there's definitely some room to be filled on these windshields, and maybe hide some stickers at a few places where they find after the fact.
Yeah, those stickers will, get to go on those Teslas for the first time since SpaceX told us they're expanding their fleet of ride-out vehicles.
We know they're getting close because I can hear the helicopter.
There it is, passing overhead as they pass in front of the Kennedy Space Center VAB, and just a few feet away from the turn basin. And while we're looking at the VAB, the home of the Artemis 1 mission and all Artemis missions, it's a good time to talk about what happened at the turn basin the other day. They're getting ready to pass by that body of water, as we see some folks waving at those cars as they go by. Several weeks ago, NASA's recovery team was in the water, training to return NASA astronauts after a flight back from the moon. So as they get ready to pass this part of the Kennedy Space Center, let's get an update about what happened out there in our Moon Minute. Right now, NASA scientists and engineers are preparing for Artemis 2. The mission will send 4 astronauts on a trip around the moon in 2024. But before that happens, test crews are practicing how to recover astronauts from the Orion spacecraft after splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. This black full-scale replica capsule, named Vader, stands for Vehicle Advanced Demonstrator for Emergency Rescue. It spent the last couple of weeks in the turn basin here at the Kennedy Space Center, where it was floated on the water and tested. Crews practiced opening the hatch and installing an inflatable porch, an important piece of equipment to make sure astronauts can be recovered safely. If needed, adjustments will be made, and then it will be shipped to San Diego, where NASA and the Navy can perform recovery tests in the Pacific Ocean. And for more Artemis updates, check out the QR code on your screen. We're going to pop it up right there. Just scan that with your smartphone, and you'll get updates from our official blog, blogs.nasa.gov/Artemis. We're always updating it with frequent updates as we gear up for Artemis 2. It's nice to see them out there already working on the next mission.
Yeah, it's been a long iteration, and since Artemis, Orion, as part of the Artemis, just like the Dragon, lands in the water, a lot of training goes into making sure we're ready for that.
We talked about the mission specialists, Raj, and how we've got the UAE, we've got Roscosmos. It's all a part of flying integrated crews. And for NASA, this ensures operational safety. Crew members on station are trained to do maintenance and spacewalks, and it also protects against contingencies, such as a problem with any crew spacecraft, serious crew medical issues, or an emergency aboard the station that requires a crew and the vehicle that they are assigned to return to Earth sooner than planned. we had an issue with the spacecraft on station, a backup spacecraft. The Soyuz was flown up there. But in the interim, NASA always has a backup plan. And so the astronaut that flew up on the Soyuz had a ride to go home if it was needed.
That's right. Yeah. So we always talk about the next worst failure when we're looking as kind of the mindset we have at Johnson Space Center and in the astronaut corps. And so yeah, exactly. Always thinking about what could go wrong and having a plan to deal with that. And that's exactly the case we're in. Now have another Soyuz up there, and so now back to what I would call more nominal ops.
As the caravan passes the security gate at the Launch Complex 39. Let's check in now for the first time with Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, and that's where we find Courtney Beasley with an update from Mission Control. Good evening, Courtney.
Good evening. Thanks, Daryl, and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Mission Control is essentially the nerve center for operating the International Space Station, working in tandem with our partner agencies and providers around the globe. Together, we've ensured the station is ready to welcome Crew-6. Leading the team inside the room right now is Flight Director Judd Freeling. He will also lead the joint NASA SpaceX Go No-Go polls once we're in integrated operations with Mission Control here in Houston and at SpaceX in Hawthorne, working together to bring Crew Dragon to its new home in space. Meanwhile, the crew aboard the space station is currently in a sleep period set to wake up around midnight Central Time. When we check back in later, we'll talk a little more about what the crew on the International Space Station has been doing to prepare for Crew-6. But for now, we'll send it back to the team over at Kennedy. Daryl.
All right, thank you very much, Courtney. And Mission Control ready to go. Back here at America's Spaceport, we're watching the Teslas with three astronauts and one cosmonaut going through the security gate at Launch Complex 39A. So this is inside the pad perimeter. It's inside the blast danger area.
Yep, and you see them going by what's called the horizontal integration facility. So you saw them drive by the VAB, which is the vertical assembly building we use for Artemis. SpaceX actually integrates their vehicle horizontally, and then the act rolls out. You see those railroad tracks there. That's how it goes out on the transport erector launcher there, the TEL. So they actually stack the capsule and the trunk inside that vehicle and then roll it up the tracks there, and then the TEL lifts it up into position on the pad. And a cool view there from the lead Tesla with that out the window view as they're coming up.
Gotta love that as we're looking at the base of the rocket. And recapping again the issue from Sunday night, there was a problem with actually a clogged drain line for the TTAB system. This is the engine ignition fluid that fills the bottom there, the base of the rocket, to make sure that each of the engines of the Falcon 9 lights up. They found out about it and didn't have the confidence that they would have enough engine ignition fluid to light those engines, so they scrubbed. Raj, they later found out that there was a clogged filter in one of the engine lines, and so they changed the filter. They blew out the lines with gaseous nitrogen, cleaned them all out, and now it's up and running great.
Yeah, so it's great news. So yeah, the TTAB in super simple terms is kind of like the spark plug of an engine. So we'll talk later tonight as they're loading prop. There's fuel and oxidizer that feeds the engines, but that initial spark comes from the TTAB that, sort of like lighting a gas grill and, reaching in there with that wand and clicking it on. So that's basically what was going on. Whenever you see signals like that, initially it's like, well, is it actually a problem or is it just bad telemetry? And that's why, they talk about it through Mission Control, try to look for alternate sensor readings, but ultimately the safe, and that has proved out the right thing to do, is to call the launch and do what's absolutely safest for the crew. We talked a lot last time.
Countdown, crew have arrived at the pad.
You just heard the core call to the team that the crew's on the pad, and that word goes out so the closeout crew and the folks who are setting up displays who aren't watching the 4K stream know what's going on.
That's right.
But yeah, so that
they
TTAB,
would know if they were watching.
Exactly. Hopefully they're not watching.
Right.
But yeah, so the TTAB, again, if there's ever a doubt, we do have protocols for, like, is it a bad telemetry or just one bad sensor? But in this case, there's a few indications that there was something wrong, and they made the right call to stand down, and as you said, found an actual clog and fixed that. And so the good news is we're back on track.
That's a great point about the telemetry. versus, you know, the problem, it can look one way, and you could find out there's a problem with the sensor, like you mentioned. But in this case, it literally was an issue that they were able to identify and then quickly correct. And so we're excited to light them up tonight. Crew-6 and NASA and SpaceX. This is our 6th crew rotation to the International Space Station since 2020. This successful NASA program is called Commercial Crew, and it's based right here at the Kennedy Space Center. Jasmine Hopkins now joins us live with one of the leaders of this program. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. We are back tonight on the balcony of the Operations Support Building number 2 here at Kennedy Space Center. And right now, we're so glad to be joined by Kathy Leaders, the Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate. Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening. Happy to be here.
Of course, and we are happy to have you. This is round 2, as we said earlier, you know, a second time's the charm. But really, let's talk about that seriously, that we prioritize safety here at NASA. We only launch when we're ready, right?
Yes, and you know, it kind of seems like a cliche because we say it over and over, you know, space flight's hard. We say it's really, really hard. But when you look at all the things that have to be done perfectly to make sure we're flying safely, it is hard. And it's that attention to detail that makes us ensure that we're flying our crews safely. And so you just got to step through it carefully, you know, and I tell the team, one step at a time. And, you know, sometimes you can be almost at that, you know, that 5-yard line, seeing the goal in sight like we were, you know, early Monday morning. And you can have a clogged filter, and you just got to stop and say, okay, we're not ready to go fly today, and we're going to stop, take our time, get ready to go, and reset up again. And but it is really, I'm very proud of the team because the way they worked through that problem and the way they said, hey, we aren't ready right now to be able to say we're safe, and so we're going to stop and make sure we've got this all figured out and then come back and fly again. I think it is a real testimony to the team.
It really is, Kathy. And as you said, spaceflight is hard, but we have been just pushing forward with the Commercial Crew program. As Daryl said earlier, this is the 6th crew rotation flight from NASA and SpaceX to the space station. What do you think of that cadence from the Commercial Crew program?
Well, you know, this is near and dear to my heart. And so obviously, you know, as the ex-Commercial Crew program manager, I'm awfully proud of the way the team has, you know, and not only the 6th crew rotation mission, but you know, really the 7th mission with also doing Demo 2. You know, in March of 2020, as we were kind of in our campaign getting ready for the demo flight, I would have dreamed, this would have been like the greatest dream for me that we would be here, you know, 3 years later, less than 3 years later, and have maintained this cadence of safely being able to rotate our crews. So extremely proud of the team.
Yeah, and it really does seem like almost surreal that we've come this far. And of course, we're working very closely with SpaceX on this mission, but we're adding more partners to this. What are we doing for the commercialization of low Earth orbit?
Well, this next, you know, 4 or 5 months is just going to be incredible for the International Space Station. I mean, it's a really busy port for a lot of vehicles coming up. So obviously we've got, you know, Crew-6 coming up, but then we've got another SpaceX cargo mission also coming up in the March timeframe, and that's paving the way for our Boeing first crewed flight test vehicle that will be coming up in end of April. And then we have Axiom 2, our second private astronaut mission. And following that, 2 more cargo vehicles in the next 4 or 5 months. So there's no rest for the wicked, and these people must be very wicked because they're not getting a break, or not much of a break in here. But honestly, this is what we dreamed that the space station program would be doing at this stage. You know, we dreamed that we'd be having cargo vehicles and crew vehicles, because this is when we get to maximize the use and the science that's created on the International Space Station.
Right, we really are living the dream. It's a dream to be at NASA at this time. And we've been at this for a very long time, actually. The space station is going into its 22nd year. What do you think of America's continuous presence on the space station?
Well, we always talk about not only staying on the space station, but not giving up our presence in low Earth orbit. And so, you know, not only are we preparing for the next 8 to 10 years with the space station, but we're also preparing for our continued presence in low Earth orbit with our commercial LEO destinations. And so we have a lot of work that we have planned to do on the space station, but we also have a lot of work that we need to continue to do on our commercial LEO destinations to get us ready to buy down the human risks that we have for our exploration missions. There's really no other place except for LEO to really be buying down those crew risks, and we need to have those risks bought down for us to really be able to do another long duration flight like a mission to Mars will be.
Exactly. We're just looking forward to the moon, forward onto Mars. Kathy, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Oh, thank you.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and great words from Kathy Leaders there. If you're just joining us, well, you're watching live coverage of NASA's and SpaceX's mission known as Crew-6. Good evening and welcome to Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Daryl Nail, along with a recent flyer on a SpaceX Dragon, and that is Crew-3 Commander Rajachari. Appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Daryl. Happy to be back and to get another chance to hopefully get the Crew-6 off the ground. We're getting to see right now that them showing up to take a look at the rocket. We talked about last time the reason they have to crane back like that is the way that the suit constrains you, and it's built to be pressurized, but when it's not pressurized, then it kind of pushes down on your head and neck just a little bit. So taking one more look at the rocket before they head into the elevator, and I did hear from Woody that they did in fact change the labels on the button pad inside that. So it does actually say space on the top button and Earth on the bottom button.
The elevator buttons inside, yes. If folks, you haven't seen that meme floating around, there's a picture that shows all the buttons inside this elevator, and they're marked out by the foot level. The top used to be the 255-foot level, but apparently it now says
yeah, it's
space.
been modified to say space, which is appropriate. The 39 complex is historic. We've been using it since the early days of the space age, and continuing to upgrade even the labels.
How cool was that to reach over and press space?
That's awesome to be able to hit the destination that you're going to.
Yeah.
This is the view at the top of the elevator, so they pop out here and then you walk up a floor. You can see there's the graded floors, or if in the event of an emergency egress, they douse this whole thing with a whole bunch of water so you don't have to get slippery. So that's why they're graded floors, so the water can actually flow through.
And you see astronaut Nick Hague is with them. He's number 12. See him turning the corner there? This is the astronaut support person. And Nick Hague, of course, an experienced astronaut, been up to space station, been through a launch abort himself. Great resource to the astronauts.
Yeah, it's amazing. Reed Wiseman, who's the former chief of the office, likes to say that Nick is a unicorn. He's pretty much the only person, right now that's, well, he's been to space twice, even though he only won one mission. This is the first time they aborted. They actually ballistically went into orbit, so he counts that as 2, rightfully so.
Okay.
But yeah, that's really, really unusual. I don't think there's anyone else in the office that's been through a launch abort, which, as we know, the commercial crew program has that as a requirement. So we've got that system now with both Dragon and Starliner. But to actually have done that is a way, it's pretty extreme.
Yeah.
See Sultan and Andrey heading up the elevator. You notice tonight everything's going faster, which is a testament to the fact that we've practiced this once. So they're, now this is the second time the team's doing this, and Woody himself commented there's almost like a free sim that they got to do the other day.
Things are going a lot faster. Certainly noticed that. Just to finish the thought on the launch abort, that was a Soyuz in 2018 that launched out of Kazakhstan. Waiting for the mission specialists, and here they come.
So they'll head up the stairs as well. You saw Woody and Steve were just starting to make their phone calls. We talked the last time that one of the other jobs. So Nick Hague, as the astronaut support person, one of the things they're doing is like items like glasses, watches, things like that have to be carried that they don't have room for in their pockets. He's kind of handling that logistics. He's also the one who dials the numbers, which is not a trivial task, calling on a government phone to the UAE or to Russia.
I can attest to that.
So you got to figure out, the country codes. Do I dial +9 or +9 +1? But
yeah,
it's different on every
number
phone.
Gets you out,
exactly.
which number gets you to the
definitely
international.
want to make sure you've done that, and you want to make sure the person who's going to get the call knows that it's not a spam call. So you need to make sure you give them that number in advance. The chevrons on the ground there, they're going to be when they go onto the spacecraft, they're walking against the chevrons, but those chevrons are meant for in a low visibility egress, because I make a mention, the water system is on, so you would be getting doused with water, so you can look down, and that's pointing you to the egress baskets, which on the far left side of the screen, it just kind of went out of view, but you can see where these slide wires are at, and that's how you would get down to the ground. Now you can just see them on the left side.
Yeah.
They're like a super fun zip line ride that you would get into a basket and then go down to the bottom of the pad. And there's a loudspeaker system up there, and so as you're egressing, the launch director would be giving you instructions, most key, like how many people are still on the pad, because as the crew, if it's just 4 of you, that's relatively easy, but if the closeout crew is there, you got to make sure you count baskets and people to make sure everyone gets down to the ground.
Want to have a full head count
Exactly.
of everybody who's
you don't
out
want
there.
to leave anyone up there. Yep.
Right.
So it looks like they're cycling through the phone calls now.
This is the view looking towards the crew access arm. It is behind the black door. So when they wrap up their call there, they'll be headed through the door, and we'll get ready to see our first 2 astronauts make their way from the launch tower across the crew access arm and begin to ingress to the Dragon spacecraft.
And besides the fact they've done this twice, the other reason things go a little quicker is all the little traditions are kind of already done. So they've already signed the patch in crew quarters. They'll have already signed the meatball here. So some of those things that take a little bit of time that are baked into the timeline don't have to be redone. So you can see Woody and Steve just starting to head out on the crew access arm now.
And there they are, coming through the crew access arm. The commander and pilot, Stephen and Woody, making their way inside Dragon. Big thumbs up and a wave from the crew. They're hoping today is the day.
Core on countdown. Crew are in the white room.
You see Arthur is the core at SpaceX, so they keep the shifts the same. So again, we kind of talked a little bit about last time, but the importance of all the sims leading up to this are the same voices. So they'll, through the slip and through the scrub retiming, all the shifts at SpaceX and at Houston actually all stayed on the same timeline, so they could be all the same people.
That's Arthur Berrialt, the crew operations resource engineer with SpaceX. That's his voice coming over.
You can see the ninjas helping get their, those are the shoe protectors, the boot guards coming off.
Yep.
So it protects for 2 things. FOD in the capsule is one thing, but the other thing is there's slots in the bottom of those heels, and that's what actually, when you see them get in, you'll see them put their foot up and then down, almost like putting on a ski boot type thing, where it locks in, and that's what keeps your feet restrained under the launch loads and re-entry loads, which is why you'll also see them sometimes, if not during before they are in the launch escape system, you'll see them lock them in, but that also protects the channel from any nicks or dings on the bottom side of that.
All right, we've got a question that's coming in from social media as the astronauts crawl in.
Started.
Arthur calling the ingress has started,
which we can see on our screen. So here's the question. Space Brandon on Twitter asks, he's referencing to the view out the window. What is it like to take in this view?
Loud and clear. Seat 2, Helmy.
And C2 has you loud and clear as well.
So I'll tell you, it's awesome. The view out the Dragon window you don't really see getting in, because as you saw as they crawl in, their head is towards the seats, and then when we flip around, you can see that the white room and that crew access arm kind of blocks the view out the 2 windows there, which you can see if you look at Ninja 10 to their right and left, you can see the Dragon windows. The view you do have is before you walk across the crew access arm, and it's
SpaceX Dragon, seat 3, contact.
Wait for Arthur.
Loud and clear. Seat 3, Helmy.
Good evening, Arthur. I have you the same.
Yeah, so the view from where
Good evening, Woody and Steve. Good to hear from you.
Sultan and Andrey are standing is awesome. You got the water, especially on a clear night. You do this during dry dress. You come up here and take in the view, but seeing...
Yeah, I think he's talking about taking in the view right there.
So
right?
you can go to the corner to where that kind of white post is, kind of where Ninja 14 is at, and you can kind of hang off the edge. Don't do it too far. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. And seeing the clouds and the water, I think, is what's most distinctly different. So on Earth, you can see the actual individual waves and the clouds moving in from space. You definitely can't see that level of detail. So yeah, trying to take all that in, I don't think you really appreciate it until you come back and see that same thing.
And we can see Nick Hague now taking cell phone shots of Sultan as he's on the phone, which a good fellow astronaut does.
And you heard Woody and Steve checking in with Arthur. Those are just the initial comm checks. We'll do much more intensive ones later, but that's just to make sure that when they connect their umbilical, that it's fully seated. And so if you get a good comm check, you know that the little pins that connect that loop are good.
Our mission specialists now getting ready to board Dragon, Sultan and Andrey with a big thumbs up. Beautiful shot from high above looking into the crew access arm as they make their way aboard Dragon. And while we're watching the mission specialists in action, let's take another social question, which is relevant. And he's showing off, you know, getting the Space Tech's badge.
We talked about last time they grab the Ninja's name tags to take with them, and they distribute those amongst the crew so they can fit them in their pockets and satchels. And the question there, it looks like, what's the mobility like on the pressure suit while walking around? It's actually fine. It's just a little bit of pressure on the top of your head pulling down. And as you saw, that's kind of why they arch their back to look up. You can't tilt your neck backwards, and obviously if you turn your head side to side, your head is kind of turning inside the helmet as opposed to the entire helmet moving. So it's just more a matter of not straining your neck.
It's like traction almost.
Yeah.
It's just a mild traction.
Yeah, and it can get hot, so you don't do a whole lot of action unless you have cooling attached to you, especially with the weather here. But compared, again, this is in what's called an IV, in-vehicle suit, IVA suit, not a EV or extravehicular suit. So way different than if you were trying to walk around in an EMU, which is what we use for spacewalks. That would be a way different story, and you probably would not be able to walk on Earth gravity, as it weighs upward of 300-400 pounds, whereas this one is meant to be able to move around. When it is inflated, it's meant to be in the seat. So if it was pressurized, it's not meant to be moving around in the cabin with it, because you don't really have joint mobility, so it's meant to be restrained by the straps and in the seats to be fully functional in a depressed scenario.
There go our two mission specialists with the duck as they cross the hatch, being very careful not to touch or hit the edges of that hatch, because that seal is so very important to maintaining a good seal when they pressurize the cabin in space. And now our cameraman will go inside. Or wait.
So those are the crew satchels. You saw those white bags. Woody and Steve's are already on their leg. There's a little loop under there that the ground techs help connect for them. See Sultan and Andrey hooking in their umbilicals, so expect shortly they'll do their comm checks with Arthur at the core.
And it's worth noting, for those who follow very closely, that SpaceX is now doing some of their checks and operations in parallel rather than sequentially. It could end up sequentially, but they're aiming for parallel, and that will reduce the total time of the operation starting right now by about 27 minutes.
Core, this is MS2, C4. How to read me? Come check.
Doing comm checks even as they're getting seated.
Loud and clear from seat 4. How me?
Loud and clear, seat 4.
Encore, MS1, comm check.
And loud and clear, MS1 from seat 1. How me?
I got it loud and clear.
And a great view of Andrey's buckle there. So it's a 5-point harness. The crew can totally do it on their own, but just to save wear and tear on the suits, a lot of times the ground crew will help with doing that. And that way it makes sure it's really cinched down. So the way each on that circular harness around his waist, each of the waist straps and then the leg and the shoulders connect into a slot, and then to get out you rotate it counterclockwise or clockwise, and all 5 pop out.
Similar to a harness in a jet?
Right, it's actually very similar to like an F-35 harness. Yep, same kind of design. And
Raj, of course, you flew the F-35 and the F-16 and the
not F-16. No,
okay,
terrible.
sorry. F-15 and F-14?
F-15E and then F-35. Yeah.
F-35, okay.
Don't worry, it's okay for people who fly the F-16. It's not their fault.
Well, the F-35 certainly the tip of the spear when it comes to the Air Force, and you were involved with that program for a while.
I was, yep. I think the only job I would have left that job for was this job. So.
And we're glad you're here. Had an incredibly successful Crew-3 mission you were the commander of, and you had some great astronauts along with you.
Yeah, so flew with Tom Marshburn was our pilot. He had been on a shuttle on a Soyuz, so just a great asset to have some wide breadth. Caleb Barron, a classmate of mine, also a submariner. Yeah, fellow turtle, submariner.
Yes.
And so following in Steve's footsteps, and then Matthias Maurer from ESA, the German astronaut, his first space flight as well. And just awesome to get to work with all of them. It was, it was the time of our life up there, honestly.
And for those who wonder about what you mean when you talk about the turtles, it's the class of turtles, right? When you graduated into being an astronaut.
Right, so a bale of turtles is the technical term.
A bale
of
turtles.
A herd of turtles, if you will. Yeah, so the tradition in the astronaut office is the previous class names the incoming class. So we were named the turtles by the 2013 class somewhat as a
derogatory
yes,
term?
it was, I think slightly derogatory. It meant to be slow, but we took it as quite the compliment. So when the vice president announced our class in 2017, he made the analogy that when he grew up, if you saw a turtle on a fence post, you knew it didn't get there by itself. So we take it as a definite nod to all the people that got us here. Because the reality is, whether it's family, friends, the trainers at the different centers, we are just the doers, the eyes and the ears for the mission control, the flight controllers, the scientists, and our families to do the work. So yeah, we definitely did not get here by ourselves, and so we love the turtle term, and proud to be sending Woody up there to continue the. Kathy mentioned a continuous U.S. presence in space. Since for 22 years we've had a continuous turtle presence in space since 2021. So.
Which is, of course, worth mentioning.
The more important stat.
And I'd also heard that, poignantly, turtles was fitting because when you graduated, it was Hurricane Harvey.
That's right. Yeah, when we showed up,
put
actually,
a lot of water down in the Houston area.
That was also a big part of it. Yep. You can see they're doing zipper checks right now. So there's there's 3 main zippers, one that goes from one leg to the other, and then one on each arm. And on each of those, there's an inner bladder layer, which is the actual pressure garment, and then the outer layer is the restraint layer. And then down on the boots, they actually have a boot zipper on top of that. But in each case, on the 3 main zippers, there's a white tooth that they're looking for, and you get a 2-person check. So the person that does it looks for it, and then someone else visually verifies that white tooth is visible, which guarantees that the pressure garment is sealed.
Get that good seal, critical safety component for these suits. Got another social question, Raja, and this one is about one of your fellow astronauts. At Ian Benekin asks, do you miss your German space brother, Astro Matthias, and did he teach you something in German during your 6 months in space?
Oh yeah, we definitely miss Matthias. One of the weird things when you come back is you spend your work day together and your downtime together for 6 months, and then when we came back, you take a Gulfstream back to JSC or to Ellington and then JSC, and then he gets whisked away. So after seeing him for 6 months, all of a sudden he's gone. So it was almost like having someone in your family ripped out of the house. We definitely miss Matthias, and it's good whenever he gets back to visit us. In terms of learning German, I think he had his birthday up there, so we definitely learned that. And honestly, I forgot.
Happy birthday in German?
Honestly, I've forgotten it. I'm supposed to know how to speak Russian as well, because we learned that as part of our training, and it's.
You were working on the Russian playlist. You did give it a good swing.
I was able to read the songs that Andrey had on his list. So I have a little bit, but my German has escaped me.
Oh well, it's
but
understandable.
I'm sure Matthias
if you
would
don't use it.
But
it
exactly,
tends to slip away,
Matthias would be disappointed, but.
It tends to slip away, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So again, way ahead of schedule here. So normally on the timeline the crew is using about 2:35 prior to launch would be crew ingress, and you can see they're already pretty much there already. So kind of doing some more checks here. So they're basically having the crew make sure that, so you can see those white loops on their straps. They're meant so that the crew can find those and pull them tight. So that gives them leverage to pull down and tighten the restraints. And so there's 4 of them, 2 for their shoulders, and then you can see, like Woody, you can see a little bit of, for example, down underneath his hands, you can see there's kind of a grouping of 4 of them. So 2 for his shoulders, 2 for the legs, and there's also toe loops which you can kind of see on Steve's. You can see him up near like where the top of his foot, and those we talked about sliding your foot into that restraint, and then the loop goes over that you then tighten with those straps. So that's basically what they're doing now, is checking each one of those four on all four crew and making sure that they're not too tight, especially for their feet, and completely restrained on their shoulders.
That was a great shot we just saw by the SpaceX camera team that showed one of their closeout crew members exiting the spacecraft. You got a feel as he went through it just how tight that space is. We've been following the launch teams as they continue working through the countdown. Currently, no issues are in work at the moment. Earlier this evening, around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, there was a hydraulic leak detected out at the pad, but it was a minor one they were able to get repaired pretty quickly, and didn't disturb the count, as we see our crew waving goodbye before the SpaceX cameraman exits the capsule.
You see over Woody's right shoulder the 3 previous stickers of the crews that have flown in Endeavour. So once they get on orbit, I'm sure they've got a sticker in one of their pockets to add to that bulkhead back there.
It's a great observation there, Raja, because this is the fourth
SpaceX
flight.
Dragon, the crew is ready for comm checks.
The fourth flight for the Dragon Endeavour.
SpaceX copies, stand by for umbilical comm check.
The first 3 were Demo 2, Crew 2, and Axiom 1, which was up at station when you were there.
They were, which is the first private mission to the U.S. segment. First time we've launched private astronauts from the U.S., so yeah, a pretty historic mission, and just the start of things to come. You heard Kathy Leaders mention Axiom 2 will be launching in the near future, so we're definitely incorporating the lessons learned and moving forward.
Yeah, what was that like? You've got your NASA job to do up in space, and then you're also helping private astronauts.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. I think the key is partnering on the science. So they bring. I think the interesting thing is you've got private.
Commander, pilot, MS1,
stand by while they
MS2,
do their
comm
comm checks.
Commander has you loud and clear.
Commander, loud and clear.
Pilot has you loud and clear.
Pilot, loud and clear.
And the MS1 got you loud and clear.
MS1, loud and clear.
And MS2 got loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear. Umbilical comm checks are complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
As we get ready for the seat rotation, watching all 4 articulate upwards so they can get into launch position. Want to make a correction. It's camera woman with SpaceX who's getting those fabulous shots. Relying on her to give us
SpaceX Dragon, the crew is ready for seat rotation.
these great views that we see. And this view right here, in fact, she's shooting it right now.
SpaceX copies, initiating seat rotation.
I'm sure it's a challenge to not only maintain that steady shot in that very small hatch, but she also has to maneuver around the team, making sure that she doesn't interfere with the operation. She's doing a great job.
Exactly. Yeah, so there you can see the seats moving. So they're in procedure 4.100 on the display. So that's what Woody was interacting with there a second ago. That comm check they did before was just checking the hardline communications. So their umbilicals through the spacecraft, through the umbilical to the ground. Then they are now in 4.100 for seat rotation. So you saw them talking before Steve said they're ready. That was just making sure they verified visually that all their arms and everything was clear of the translation path of the seats. You don't want anything getting pinched. And then what they're watching now on the displays is what's called a tack count, which is the motor that's running the seats to see if anything is out of limits. Looks like it was a good rotation, and they'll probably report that here shortly from the core. And you can see.
Does it make a cool motor high-tech sound?
You can't actually hear it.
No?
You know, you can. It's more like.
Dragon, SpaceX seats are in the launch position.
SpaceX Dragon copies and concurs.
Now you can see a great view underneath their seats of what else they're taking up to the space station with them. So those central ones there, those are cold lockers. So definitely some kind of science in there that that has to be preserved at a particular temperature. The left side, the aft two look like it's some kind of cargo. The forward two, which we can't quite see, is survival equipment. That'd be the red. And then the right side looks like a semi-larger piece of cargo. We call all those things CTBs, those containers, and they are referred to by the
Dragon
size.
SpaceX, you are go for Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
And SpaceX Dragon copies go for Section 2 suit leak check preparation.
So that bag is red for a reason.
Right, so it'd
for
be easy to
survival
spot,
gear.
exactly.
Wanna
So
be able to spot that real quick.
the timeline, so they have two displays up, well, three displays, but the two they're probably looking at is one's called a timeline, or event details we call it. Normally be ready for suit leak checks about 2:14 from launch, so again, running ahead, which is good. You heard Arthur ask him, or the Corps ask him to get ready for the suit leak check, so you saw him just pull their visors down. Steve's talking to him right now about the reminder to remain still. There is a way for the crew to stop a leak check, and the reason you would do that, because as it's pressurizing, let's say you got a hot spot in the suit, that pressure bladder, there's folds in that, so as it inflates, it could poke into the back of your knee, elbow, or joint, and so there is the ability for the crew to stop that if someone's experiencing pain.
Come in there and make the adjustment.
Exactly, yep.
And so they'll leave the door open for
Right.
that reason?
Yep. Yeah, and also if the suit fails the leak check, they've got some components up in the white room there where they could come and try to fix something. But the reason they did the
SpaceX Dragon tear is complete. We are ready for leak checks.
SpaceX copies, you are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
And we are go for Section 3 suit leak check. That's in work.
So the whole reason they do the leak checks in the suit room is to find any gross malfunction and know that the suit is fine. So if there were something between the suit room and now, you would suspect it was probably a zipper just not being fully sealed versus something actually wrong with the suit. So right
now we're seeing those suits inflate?
Not quite yet.
Not
So
quite
we'll
yet?
see them. Yeah, the way you'll know is you'll see their arms kind of go out like zombies eventually, which they're just kind of they're stretching out right now. They're looking at what's called a suit transducer. So they're wanting to make sure it's in zero. You'll hear Steve tell them that the tear is done. Yep, and now it looks like, based on where Andrei's head is at in the helmet, it looks like it is inflating now. As you can see, the neck ring kind of expanding, which is why on the ground you see that helmet down on the top of their head, but now once it's inflating, you can see why the suit is built that way and restrained. As you can see now, you can just see his nose before you can see his mouth.
So it pushes the helmet up a little bit.
Right, yep. And you can see Woody and Andrei's hands you can see their knees look way bigger now. And so they have an indication of what the suit pressure in each seat is at by individual, and they're waiting to see if it holds steady at full pressure. And you can see that at this point, the last basically 30 seconds are kind of critical. You're trying to move. If you move, that can actually throw off the reading.
And so at the same time that they're performing these suit leak checks, new for this mission, SpaceX is also right now performing the side hatch inspection. This is part of them doing those operations in parallel that I mentioned earlier, which will save them time and build time into the margin.
Exactly.
Just in case they need it.
Yeah, wherever you can buy margin, because these are all instantaneous launch windows, meaning if there are problems, unlike a shuttle launch where there's built-in holes, this one is a continuously running clock. So anytime you can buy yourself margin for having problems, that's great.
Our T0 tonight, 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time. The range continues to report no issues, so we're looking good there. Also, Raja, the weather forecast continues to be acceptable. Take a look at this. Just like on Sunday, only a 5% chance of violation for weather. The only concern would be a flight through precipitation, which would come in the form of a cloud.
SpaceX Dragon, 4 nominal suits.
Well, there you had the 4 good suit leak checks.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Closeout team will now perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. Proceed to section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch. Additionally, stand by for ground station comm checks.
SpaceX Dragon copies. We're in section 4, side hatch closure.
It's good to hear the good suits, and there we
Yep.
see them
Already
well
working it.
underway with that side hatch inspection.
Yep, so I'd expect the crew will pop their visors back open here shortly. And then the core mentions, you can see them opening now. And you can definitively see, it's a good example there now, you can see Andrey with the way his helmet sits when it's depressurized, you can see all the way down to his chin. So you can see how the suit expands when it's inflated.
Want to wrap up the weather before we get too far away from it. Only a 5% chance of violation for launch from here.
And SpaceX Dragon crew is ready for side hatch closure.
So the crew's ready for the side hatch to be closed, but the closeout crew continues to inspect and document.
SpaceX copies.
The launch team still monitoring the weather in the ascent corridor. And I understand from our team at JSC that that's right on the line. We're green to go at the moment, but they are monitoring that closely. Of course, this is the winds and the sea states along the ascent corridor. Should, for some reason, Dragon need to abort off the top of the Falcon 9, it would need to splash down somewhere along the eastern seaboard. And you got to have good weather conditions because those astronauts will be landing in the ocean in the case of emergency, and they could be there for an hour or two before they are rescued from the capsule, and you want to have good sea states for any kind of rescue to happen.
Exactly, yeah. So that's a key thing, and it can sometimes be frustrating if the weather is beautiful here, but bad along the eastern seaboard. And it's not just unique to Dragon. Actually, when I was talking to Steve about this scrub, so you mentioned he flew on STS-126 and STS-127, which is the following shuttle flight. He was the lead astronaut closeout crew, and they had 6 scrubs, and 2 of those were the weather was beautiful here, but not along the ascent corridor. But yeah, it's important for both the capsule and for the recovery teams as well. So if the winds and waves are out of limits, that can be a problem for the capsule landing in the water, specifically what's called the back shell or the bottom of the capsule. And then the other problem is, actually getting a recovery team to them. If you've got really bad weather conditions, it's dangerous for them as well. So we try to protect. You need to protect for that entire case and that whole corridor, and we also protect for some trajectory deviations, if you will. So usually things are pretty much right down the middle, but we also build in errors to that trajectory, so you actually have to build out a zone along the ascent corridor. It's not just a straight line, and so that adds even more surface area. And when you're talking the ocean, there's a lot of weather. There's a lot of ocean out there. Yeah, exactly.
It is a large area of weather that you need to be good to go before you launch, which is much different than uncrewed launches.
Right.
When you're not launching people, you don't have to monitor the weather to the extent that you do on a night like tonight anytime you're launching astronauts. So it is a tighter needle to thread.
Yeah, it is an impressive array of recovery forces that are pre-positioned to support this. And so there's Navy ships, there's Air Force assets, pararescue personnel, basically not just along the East Coast, but on the West Coast, out of Hickam Air Force Base in Hawaii. There's C-17. So pretty much it's a worldwide posture. Other nations volunteer to help. So when you hear them talk about the abort calls on the way up, they'll call Shannon, which is actually in Ireland. So we have help even from European partners. So it is quite the choreographed effort to make sure that they're safe all along the ascent trajectory.
Shannon's a good Irish name, right?
Yeah.
For,
well, yeah. So on Crew 1, Shannon got to call Shannon.
And there's the good ship Shannon as well.
So you can see they're taking a look at the hatch seals on the hatch side. So they already looked at the spacecraft side while they're getting in. That's why you see a Ninja 35 kind of holding in position and someone tucked behind there. They're looking at the hatch side seals as part of the inspection before they close it up.
And while they take a look at that, we want to talk a little bit about the beginning of this program and the history that was made, as well as quite the honor that was bestowed on Raja's fellow astronauts. We're launching, of course, American astronauts on American rockets from American soil, and it all began with those 2 trailblazers of the commercial crew program, Bob and Doug, who recently received the highest civilian honor an astronaut can achieve.
Dragon, SpaceX. Closeout team is taking final steps in prep for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. And please ensure that all items are secure from now through launch.
It is my great honor to award you both the Congressional Space Medal of Honor.
In January, Vice President Kamala Harris spoke to a packed room at the White House about the dedication of NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken.
Bob and Doug represent the best of our nation. There's no question about it.
NASA selected both men to be astronauts for the Space Shuttle program in 2000. But when the shuttle program ended 11 years later, Doug and Bob's work did not. NASA collaborated with the private sector to build the next generation of spacecraft.
Every part of the capsule, from flight controls and emergency procedures to computer displays and cockpit layout, all of that shaped by Bob and Doug's decades of know-how.
And in May of 2020, the SpaceX Crew Dragon was ready to soar.
Bob and Doug returned to the Kennedy Space Center. They suited up, they waved to their families, and they rode an elevator up nearly 20 stories. They strapped in to their seats and waited as the tanks beneath them filled with tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. And then
3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA, go SpaceX, Godspeed, Bob and Doug.
Demo 2 was the first crewed flight for NASA's Commercial Crew program, ushering in a new era of human spaceflight. And now, the names Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken have been added to an elite list. Prior to this ceremony, the Congressional Space Medal of Honor had only been given to 28 people, astronauts like Neil Armstrong and John Glenn.
We're following in their footsteps, and so it's just an incredible honor.
It was humbling to be a part of the mission. We got to be the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship.
Because of their bravery, missions like Crew-6 are happening today.
Bob and Doug together have written the first page of a new chapter in the history of American space flight.
Well, congratulations to both Bob and Doug, and a well-deserved honor. Doug Hurley recently retiring from the astronaut corps. Bob Behnken still cranking it along. In fact, he came out and was an astronaut co-host, sitting in your seat, Raja, for Crew 5. And it's a great contribution. I like the soundbite where he said, the smiling faces on the pointy end of a rocket ship. But they often, gave a lot of credit to those around them who helped build the rocket, build the spacecraft, train them, get them to where they needed to be in order to have the confidence to ride a space vehicle for the very first time and make that historic flight.
Yeah, they were really leaders of the team. There's no doubt about that. And I can't repeat enough what the vice president said. Like, it literally is a new era of space flight. I mean, Kathy Leaders mentioned, like, here we are on Crew-6. Who would have thought that then? I mean, and just the way they designed that team. There's still things in training. It's very common to hear, even as we talk about Starship design and stuff like that for lunar lander with SpaceX, but definitely during Dragon training flows of like, why is the display this way, or how, this seems like a great solution. How did we come up with that? Like, oh, Bob and Doug, and they were so inclusive in training as well. I distinctly remember getting to come out on some trips and Doug and Bob having me sit in the capsule with them, and them taking the time, not only they're doing the sim, but also showing me, like, this is what this means, and this is why this display is doing that. So, I mean, they brought one along with them, and so it wasn't, they're being very humble, saying, yeah, they are riding the rocket, but they brought that team along, and they spent many years before Demo 2 developing the work, working with SpaceX, working with the NASA teams. I mean, over a decade of work to get to where they were, and so very well deserved, and couldn't be prouder of them. And they have left a lasting mark on the astronaut office, on the agency, and really on the nation. I mean, we have now an entire industry that didn't exist, you know, before this commercial crew program. I mean, it's quite amazing when you look at like going to SpaceX, going to Bowen, going to these places that are doing these programs, and seeing all these engineers that have a place that they're proud to go to after college and want to go to. It's inspiring, and yeah, it is an exciting time coming down here to the Cape. You just see the buzz down here. There's so much going on, and they kicked all this off.
There is a launch now every 6 days here at America's Spaceport, and you're absolutely right, Raja. You know, we've never been this busy.
Yeah.
You know, aiming for more than 100 launches this year, just SpaceX alone. So an incredible amount of activity. I like from the story that you just told that they took the time with you, the commander for Crew-3, even though your mission was 3 missions away from where theirs was, right?
Well, there might have been an ulterior motive. Well, I don't know, Doug probably doesn't want me to tell you this, but so I had my
he's not here.
He's not here. So my phone fell out of my pocket while I was in the capsule. In the mock-up.
No
yeah,
kidding.
and so I then owed some adult beverages to the crew that had to fish that thing out. And so I got quite a bit of hard time. Come to find out later that had happened to one Doug Hurley a little while earlier, so I think maybe he was just trying to swing that spotlight to me. So maybe that's my theory.
He didn't give you an extra hard time, did he?
He might have.
Oh,
yeah.
he might have, even so. Okay.
No, but yeah, it was awesome though. No, I mean, it was, and you're exactly right. That kind of mentorship is exactly what we lean on in our office. We have a term called IAs, which are instructor astronauts, and those two epitomize that, bringing the whole corps along with them, and they had the lessons from shuttle, and you know what worked, what didn't work. They'd seen Soyuz over the years, so I mean they had such a wide breadth of experience to pull into what SpaceX and NASA designed.
And while we're speaking about honors that come out of the White House, Raja, you were nominated by the President of the United States for the appointment to grade of Air Force Brigadier General. It's a nomination, so you're still waiting, you know, Senate approval, but congratulations.
Thanks very much. Yeah, we're very humbled and proud to get to continue serving in that next grade. So yeah, excited to get to do that here at NASA.
NASA's military astronauts, we have a number of them here, you being one of them. Very proud to have you both serving our country and helping us explore space.
Yeah, and we love our jobs.
And I can see why. This is an exciting time. Certainly we talked about that. And we're taking a long look at the hatch at the moment, probably making some final uploads of the seal there. And as we do that, let's check back in with our Courtney Beasley at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Courtney.
Thanks, Daryl. As we said earlier, the team here in Mission Control Houston is actively monitoring the International Space Station as they await Dragon's arrival. The crew aboard the International Space Station is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. They have completed a number of tasks to prepare the station for Crew-6, like setting up tools to monitor Dragon's arrival and prepping the sleep stations for the new residents. Many of their clothes and other belongings launched on a previous cargo resupply mission. And then back here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Jed Freeling and his team are in constant communication with the SpaceX mission director for Crew-6's launch to the space station. Once we get into integrated operations, the NASA flight director will be conducting this series of go, no-go polls at the predetermined checkpoints for Dragon's approach. We'll continue to follow along from here in Mission Control Houston. And during our launch coverage, we like to highlight employees in the commercial crew program who are working behind the scenes to make today's mission possible. Earlier this week, Kennedy's Jasmine Hopkins spoke to NASA's recovery director for Crew-5. Let's take a look.
Joining us now is NASA Recovery Director Brian Berry. Thanks for being here.
Of course, thank you.
Of course. So, Brian, we understand that you are the NASA Recovery Director for Crew-5, but you've actually done a lot of things for human spaceflight. Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. Yeah, that's right. So I started my career as a flight controller for the ISS program. My team was responsible for maintenance on the space station. So I had the opportunity to work directly with the astronauts, train them on tools and repair procedures. So that was a lot of fun and something I never thought I would do when I was studying to be an engineer. After that, I moved over to the safety team, and I was our safety rep for the Commercial Crew Program safety panel. So that was my first exposure to CCP, and I would go review the hazard reports for Dragon and Starliner. That was a pretty neat experience also because I was able to work with Bob and Doug prior to Demo 2 and just kind of work with them on the hazard reports and get their perspective on the risk and the mission overall. After that, in 2020, I came out to Commercial Crew and I work for them directly now, and I've been doing launch and recovery operations since then. On the launch team, my role is to lead the rescue effort if we need to. If there's a pad emergency egress or a pad abort, the launch rescue director calls in the rescue forces, so that's what I did for Crew 5 launch last year. And then as the recovery director, I lead the NASA portion of the team that goes out on the ship with SpaceX. We bring out our flight surgeons and we check out the crew and we load them up on the helicopter and get them back home.
Right, so you've worn a lot of hats for the Commercial Crew Program. How did your work as a flight controller in Houston prepare you to be a NASA recovery director?
Well, in Houston, working the ISS operations, you know, you see day in and day out in the control center, you get the full feel of the 6-month mission, so you understand what the crew is going through for that long of a mission. And I think I just kind of bring that crew perspective of the ISS side to the CCP program, and so when it's time to bring the crew home, you know we owe them a smooth and speedy recovery, so that's our priority and our objective.
Right. Brian, it's great that you have that personal relationship with them. What challenges do you and the recovery team have to be prepared for?
Well, the biggest challenge for recovery for Dragon is definitely the weather. We have to find a landing site where the winds are low and the waves are low. So SpaceX has several landing sites around the state of Florida that we can look at and choose the best weather. Beyond that, you know, we start looking at things like contingencies if the crew is injured, and we've got helicopters on standby for a medevac if we need to. And then, you know, there's also just built-in redundancy on the ship and throughout the vehicle. So, but yeah, weather is definitely the biggest challenge for landing.
Right, no, weather is a huge challenge in Florida for a lot of things. And after Crew 5 returns, Brian, you're going to transition to a new role in the Commercial Crew Program, Mission Manager for Crew 8. Can you tell us how you're preparing for that?
That role begins 18 months out. So for Crew 8, which launches a year from now, we've already begun those meetings with SpaceX. And so it's pretty exciting to be a part of that early in the mission. And yeah, I'm just honored and proud to do that for the program.
Of course. Well, congratulations, Brian. So glad to have you here tonight.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. And we are currently now 2 hours and 7 minutes and counting as we watch the SpaceX closeout crew close the hatch to the Dragon capsule. Dragon Endeavour, the flight leader in SpaceX's fleet, with flight number 4 today, hopefully get off the pad and notch another flight under its belt. Countdown is proceeding nominally at this point. On board Dragon spacecraft Endeavour, we've heard the communication checks between the Dragon team and the crew. The astronauts, you can see them seated. They were rotated into flight position. We had their suit leak checks. That was successfully completed.
Yep, and you heard the call from the Corps prior to the hatch closing about making sure that all their loose items were stowed. That's kind of key, because once that hatch is closed, if you drop anything, that's a problem. So you can see right now they're probably updating their notes. The hatch is closed. You'll probably hear at some point SpaceX confirm the hatch is closed. They're watching on the bottom of each of their displays. It always shows the flight computer state, and what that state tells you is it's sort of major phases that the vehicle is in, and then it's important to the crew because only certain commands are available in a particular state. So once hatches close, and that kicks off the next sequence of events.
I thought it was interesting you mentioned this during our first launch attempt. There's a state that you move into where the emergency handle
Dragon
is active.
SpaceX, ComCheck over ground station.
That's one of those states.
Correct,
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear over the ground station.
But it's not active in all the states leading up, so it's certainly a very definitive point in time.
Corps has you loud and clear. Ground station ComCheck is complete. Stand by for TDRS ComCheck.
Now we're rolling through the comm checks. These are with the different
different paths. So we had
Yeah.
checked via the hardline communication. Now the hatch is closed, so it's the first one you heard was the ground. Now it's through TDRS, which is the S-band communication system. So basically through satellites. And that's important because once it gets off the pad, line of sight will work for a certain amount of time, but eventually you're going to have to rely on satellite communication. So they're checking that out before they get to orbit.
Afterwards, the SpaceX closeout team will be performing the final leak check on the hatch. And then once that is finished, you can see it there, it's closed. The team will begin steps to ready the access arm for
Dragon,
leak track.
SpaceX, ComCheck.
SpaceX Dragon, have you loud and clear?
Core, loud and clear. TDRS ComCheck is complete. Stand by for ComChecks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
And so what they're checking now, the MD is mission director, LD is launch director.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, ComCheck.
DC Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with MD.
Now, while this is
Dragon,
happening,
MD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
the closeout team will leave the pad at T-minus 1 hour, so they'll stay
MD
here.
Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
They'll be with them for the next hour, and then leave at
MD,
T-minus
loud
60
and clear.
minutes.
Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
MD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground?
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear on countdown 1?
LD, loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
LD Dragon, have you loud and clear over Dragon to ground?
LD, loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX. Launch configuration ComChecks are now complete.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And so those two nets you heard him talk about, as you can imagine, in both Mission Control, MCCX, which is in Hawthorne, and then MCC Houston, each of the flight controllers has a whole bunch of different channels they can be on. So Dragon to ground is what the crew is typically talking on, and there's a whole lot of other comms going on that the crew doesn't need to hear. But those key people have a net that does talk directly to the crew that's not Dragon to ground. Countdown 1 is what they're talking on. And so for the launch, they tie those two nets together for the period of launch itself, specifically to be able to tell the crew to initiate a launch escape. And to your point, Daryl, you're exactly right. The handle that's between Woody and Steve that you can't see in this view, it's up by the displays, is essentially like an ejection handle. So you can pull that and it'll initiate a launch escape. But exactly like you said, it wouldn't do it right now. You could pull the handle, nothing would happen. So it is only armed, and we'll hear that later in the count, when they say LES armed, and that's why that's such a key thing, was that handle is hot, which is the manual initiation, but that also means the automated system is hot, meaning if the vehicle detected something, it would also automatically initiate a launch escape. But the reason they tie all those people together is, especially during ascent, you want the quickest word to the crew if there's something that would tell them they should manually initiate escape, and that's why they make sure that those loops are properly divided. So it's on the ground that they're doing that. It's pretty much
Dragon,
transparent to the
SpaceX,
crew.
commencing health check for launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
There's that state change we were talking about.
Right.
SpaceX Dragon will be watching, thank you.
And so why so they're not arming it yet, but what they're doing is checking the automated parameters. So they put it into a mode to look at the automated triggers to make sure none of them are showing out of limits, because right now sitting on the pad, it should be fine. So if there was something that's like a bad sensor or bad telemetry, you'd want to know that now before you put it into automated mode and then inadvertently trigger an escape. So that's what they're checking. So just like we talked earlier in the broadcast about the T-tab, is it a bad sensor or is it actually a bad thing? That's what they're checking now, just to make sure there's no bad sensors in the system that would initiate a launch escape.
Curious, in your training, Raj, what would constitute a moment where you would pull that handle versus it going off automatically?
It'd be for like something where there could be some situations where the rate is low enough that you know something's wrong, but it hasn't hit the threshold yet to trigger it. So waiting for the automatic system is just taking extra time, so you might as well manually initiate. There could be some cases of fires where you would do it, where you recognize it before, so especially like a fire, that might not trigger the automated system.
I see. And something
Or
that you can clearly
exactly,
see and confirm.
or if there's a failure of the communications, not the communication like talking system, but basically the communication path, the interface between the vehicles, where essentially it eliminates the automation, and then you would manually do it. So there's a few cases you would be very hesitant to do it. You'd want to be very confident, right? Because it is a emotionally significant event, both from it is
physically and
physically, yes, yeah, it is a lot of G's, very fast, so it's going to rock and roll you quite a bit. So you don't want to do it if you're not positive, but you definitely want to use it. It's a great feature to have, and definitely one of the lessons we've learned as we've evolved our space and launch vehicle technologies.
You mentioned speed, 436 miles per hour. That system can get up and go, take you 2.5 miles off the coast of Florida here into the Atlantic Ocean, and it could be a lifesaver if the situation were to arrive. So this is certainly not child's play we're talking about here. This is big time stuff when it comes to space flight. But every Dragon astronaut crew, even though it's not child's play, does bring a stuffed toy with them.
This is true. Yeah,
making a tough transition here.
That's well done.
The purpose of that stuffed toy, though, it has a purpose. When the toy starts floating, the strapped-in crew has confirmation that they've reached microgravity, and the name of it is a zero-G indicator. There's been 7 on Dragon so far, and let's take a look at them all. Who can forget this one? Little guy, plush Earth, floating around by himself on the first uncrewed flight test in 2017 called Demo 1, which 4 years ago today, Raja, it was launched. That was followed up by a sequin bedazzled dinosaur named Tremor, picked out by Bob Benken's son Theo and crewmate Doug Hurley's son Jack. We just talked about
Dragon SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Crew 1 took a toy Baby Yoda with them to the first 4-person crew.
SpaceX Dragon copies.
And then, since then, it's been all stuffed animals. A penguin for Crew 2, a turtle, your turtle, for Crew 3. And then for Crew 4, it was a turtle and a chimp.
Double turtle.
Double turtle. And then for the last mission, the first humanoid, the little Albert Einstein little thinker plush doll. And so we didn't get to find out in our first attempt what Crew-6 is doing. Well, I'll be honest. I know. But we're saving it until they get up into space. And we should see it once they get up there.
Yeah, and the history of it is, you notice in some of those pictures, the crew was already out of their seats, but in reality, when you first see it deploy, they're still strapped in. And so even though you in your stomach have that feeling of being in a roller coaster and you're falling, you aren't actually moving. You're still fully strapped in. So the way you can check your senses is your zero-G indicator starts to float. And so in our case, our turtle was named Fowl, which was a nod to Matthias, since that's German. It was also specifically a peacock turtle, because Tom Marsh burns a class in the peacock. So it was a conglomerate of effort to have a zero-G indicator that represented the whole crew. You heard Arthur call the side hatch leak checks are good, which is a great sign. It's going to take a while now for the closeout crew to actually clean out the white room. There's a whole bunch of work they're doing as they start to do that, but it looks like everything's on track.
Yeah, we've had the comm checks, the seat rotation, suit leak checks, they're complete. And so now we're just tightening up that hatch. And while we look at this shot, we can look to the right. We see the NASA meatball with all the signatures around them, along with the SpaceX logo. Every human who goes into space gets to put their signature on the wall there. And Raja, of course, yours is there, along with your Crew 3 crewmates. But,
Dragon
for the second
SpaceX
attempt,
status update.
They didn't have to do it. So that helps save some time there as well.
SpaceX Dragon, go ahead.
All right, we are going to repeat the ground station comm check just to do it one more time on our end and make sure that we're properly configured. Following the ground station comm check, I'll step into the post-ingress crew briefing, and after that, we'll step into Falcon 9 operator comm checks.
SpaceX Dragon copies. Understood it all. Thank you.
Going to run the comm checks again.
Yep, so probably maybe they had to reconfigure something, or maybe someone wasn't on or didn't hear it maybe, so they want to just make sure everyone's tied in. And then you heard the Falcon 9 operator comm checks after that, which we haven't done, and that will be when you hear the different subsystems for each of the Falcon 9, the main parts that they're monitoring that could lead to a launch escape. They'll all chime in, and again, so for the same reason I described before, making sure normally those people wouldn't talk directly to the crew, but if you had, one of those systems that that was your question, like, hey, when would you do it? Like, well, that would be a time, like, if the GNC, which is Guidance, Navigation, Control, sees something off that they think is dangerous, they can have the ability to call the crew directly and tell them to initiate a launch escape.
Okay. Great
and again,
insight.
It'd be like a trend they're seeing. Maybe it hasn't hit the automated limit, but they know it's going to, and so if it buys you a second or two, then it's worth getting
Might
that
be
call.
faster than the automated system.
Right.
And that's why they're consolidating the communications to the crew, as Raja has mentioned. We have an hour and 53 minutes until liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time here from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, America's spaceport. Now as the pad team wraps up its final checks and clears the white room, that's when the action will start to pick up. We're looking forward a little bit. Crew access arm will retract. We'd have the arming of the launch escape system, and then of course prop load. So we will keep this live view of the crew here as they're sitting tight for the next hour or so. Rajachari doing a great job of keeping us informed about what's happening as we watch it. And if you want to ask him a question, we're taking them. Just head on over to social media.
Oh, great question actually on there. So actually the one's not a question was a shout out from Steve Bowen's fellow submariners. Looks like we've got one here that from @Danny Scara.
Okay.
What happens after you're strapped in and waiting to launch and you have to use the bathroom? So we get really good at using diapers. They're called MAGs.
What are they called?
MAGs, which is the acronym for Maximum Absorbency Garment, but it's basically a diaper. It's just that way you don't have to say the word diaper, but it's diaper.
Giving us some great insight there.
Well, actually, if
How
you want,
about
if the
that?
people at home, don't try this if you're watching the Causeway because there's fire ants. But if you're at home and you want to know what it's like, just get on your back, put your feet up on your couch, and lay on your back and watch this broadcast and do it for the next 2 hours. And even if you haven't drank a lot of water, sitting like that,
it's hard to do.
It's hard to do, and it makes you have to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
So you definitely, that's one of the reasons that we call it crew time on back, is a big deal in trying to minimize that because you can get cramps. This is definitely more roomy than like a Soyuz where your knees are in your chest. But yeah, it is less than comfortable. And so you have to overcome the mental block of peeing your own pants because it's actually harder than you would think. But we get practice doing that in NBL runs. So because you're in the pool for
practice.
Yeah, well, when you're doing NBL runs, you're in that suit for like 8 hours in a mag also. So that's kind of where you start. Then actually, when you're in training, we call it like day in the life sims when you do like a whole day in the Dragon. And so yeah, you get used to using it. But that's exactly what you do. You saw the reason we cut away when they pulled up to the pad is there's actually a trailer behind the launch pad where they can use the bathroom one more time before they go up the elevator. And you try to never leave a bathroom or a runway behind you if you're flying. Never pass up the chance to use a bathroom. But yeah, so it's a fine balance because you want to be hydrated, especially when you get to space, because you tend to get dehydrated. So you want a fluid load. But the downside is that especially when you're on your back with your knees in your chest, it tends to give you the sensation that you have to go to the bathroom.
This is incredible insight here, Raj, and I imagine you've created probably a little bit of stir on social media right now as people are bandying about the answers and the insight that you just gave. But I will say this, in my time in being around astronauts, the whole bathroom and space combination is one of the most consistently asked
Oh
questions.
yeah, but it's actually a pretty big deal. I mean,
yeah,
it is.
right.
I mean, as we look at Orion design and Artemis design, I mean, if the toilet breaks, I mean, you're coming home. I mean, you
Right?
If you get into orbit on the Orion checkout and the toilets malfunction, I mean,
it's a big deal.
That's a big deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. I mean, it's if you look at on the space station, that's one of the if the toilet goes down, that is all hands on deck to fix it because that is a big deal. I mean, if you've got 7 people that can't go to the bathroom, you only have so many diapers.
I can only imagine. Well, with that, let's head over now to Houston for a closer look at what the crew will be doing when they reach their destination, and that's where we turn to Courtney Beasley. Courtney?
Thanks, Daryl. Once Crew-6 arrives at the International Space Station, they'll officially become Expedition 68 flight engineers. Once on board, they'll do something known as a direct handover, basically saying that Crew-5 and Crew-6 will be aboard the space station all together until Crew-5 comes home. Crew-5 will be able to give Crew-6 an orientation and show them the ropes, which might be particularly helpful for the 3 first-time spaceflyers on this flight: NASA's Woody Hoburg, UAE astronaut Sultan Alneyadi, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev. A direct handover also helps ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, which is a record we've held for more than 22 years now. And as the station is first and foremost a laboratory, the crew will jump right into conducting experiments, with new research still to be delivered on upcoming cargo flights. But for now, we'll toss it back over to Jasmine Hopkins, who's with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Courtney. Yes, we're back here at Kennedy on the balcony of OSB-2, and right now so honored to be joined by Administrator Bill Nelson. Thank you for being here.
It's another pleasure.
Of course, we're always glad to have you back at Kennedy. And Bill, right before we were tossed to, you actually just mentioned that you've been in the shoes of these astronauts before, that when you were flying on shuttle, it scrubbed 4 times. So do you have any words of wisdom, any words of encouragement for the astronauts tonight?
Well, words of encouragement: enjoy yourself while you're laying there strapped in on your back, trying to get off the face of the earth. But the serious words of encouragement is, we don't fly until we think it's safe. And that was what was important about the first scrub, because it just didn't feel right. And NASA made the call. It was the right call. Everything's looking good. The supposed problems that they had before have all been fixed. And so I expect we're going to see a launch tonight.
Right, we're all looking forward to seeing that launch tonight, Bill. And all the work that we're doing in low Earth orbit on the space station is really paving the way for deep space. So what is next for Artemis?
Well, we have just this unbelievable opportunity now to go back to the moon, but this time it's different. First of all, we're going to a different place on the moon. It's the South Pole, and that's where we think the water is. And if you get to harvest water, all of a sudden you have hydrogen and oxygen. You've got rocket fuel. We're also going back for a different reason. We're going to stay there. We're going to learn to live, to work there, to invent, to create, all for the purpose that we're going to Mars. And the moon's just a few days away. Mars is months and months away. And so that's why this is so important for us to get back to the moon.
It really is important. And right now we're also focusing on going together. In the Commercial Crew program, this is the second time that we've partnered with Roscosmos, but the first time that we have a UAE astronaut on board. Can you talk about how these international partnerships really help NASA's mission?
It's a different mission. You pointed it out, not only, by the way, with our international partners, but with our commercial partners. Because when we go to the moon with the NASA rocket, we're going to go into lunar orbit, and we're going to join up with a SpaceX lander. And then our crew will then go down to the surface for 6 days. So it's a whole new kind of program. Now, internationally, this has become a big deal. You just can't imagine the enthusiasm around this globe with our foreign friends how popular NASA is. And they all want to be a part of this program, and most of them are. So tonight we have UAE and Russian astronauts, but look up on the station right now. They're not only Russians, but there's also a Japanese astronaut up there. And so it is a very international program, particularly on the space station, because there we've got 16 international partners.
Right, it really is important. We go further when we go together. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thanks so much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Administrator Nelson. And we are now T-minus 1 hour and 44 minutes from launch as we look at the pad here. Dragon on top of a Falcon 9 with the crew access arm attached at the moment, but getting ready to retract. As we look at it now, we want to also take a closer look at some of the life-changing science that astronauts are performing aboard the destination, the International Space Station.
The International Space Station is a state-of-the-art microgravity laboratory that is unlocking discoveries not possible on Earth and helping us push farther into deep space.
Every single day, we are answering big questions about Earth and about space, about where we came from and about where we're going. But the other thing that we're doing is we're learning more questions to ask.
Microgravity turns almost everything we know upside down. Liquids behave completely differently. Fire burns in new ways. Biological systems reveal surprises.
There's a few things that have made me gasp out loud up on board Space Station. Watching heart cells actually beat has been a pretty big one.
We're studying ways to grow food in microgravity.
I got to tell you, these are pretty amazing.
We're learning how human bodies react to life in space and how to keep crew members safe and strong on long-duration exploration missions.
Deadlifts are awesome on Earth. They're also awesome in zero gravity.
We're testing technologies that will be critical to our return to the moon and great leap to Mars. Our research has contributed to medical and social benefits on our home planet, allowing us to find new ways to combat disease back on Earth and develop technologies to deliver clean water to remote communities in need. The spectacular vantage point of more than 200 miles above our planet supports our monitoring of Earth's climate, natural disasters, and plant life.
The orbital perspective that we have here on the ISS is just absolutely amazing. Earth is gorgeous.
The growing new space economy, so vital to our continued progress in space, is flourishing in low Earth orbit. We're inspiring future generations from a platform that is one of the largest international collaborations of our time. We're doing science at 17,500 miles per hour. Come along for the ride.
Love the shot of the cells there, the heart cells beating inside microgravity. It's really impressive. And inside this Dragon, 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut going up to the International Space Station to continue that important work of science on our orbiting laboratory. Well, there are astronauts in place and our cosmonaut getting ready for liftoff at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time. Crew-6. Still got a ways to go. We've got to arm the launch escape system, got to fuel up the rocket, count it down, and launch it into space. In the meantime, our next guest played a key supportive role in the development of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft, and we visited with him on the first attempt, and he's back. His name is John Posey, and he's NASA's Crew Dragon lead engineer. Appreciate you having you back.
Thanks for having me back.
John, you were on the console yesterday as we counted down, or I'm sorry, not yesterday, Sunday, I should say, overnight during the first attempt. And we were just talking about, how NASA and SpaceX works through something like that. Just to recap, there was a clogged filter for the engine ignition fluid. That they saw the data, but weren't exactly sure at the moment what the cause was, found out later what it was, cleared it out, fixed it, and here we go again. How does NASA and SpaceX work through something like that?
Dragon SpaceX, confirm when ready for com checks with Falcon 9 operators.
On the loops, on the net, talking to each other. On the NASA side, the mission support team that my team and I report up the loop through the chief engineer to the NASA ops manager. The NASA ops manager is in direct contact with SpaceX launch director throughout the whole count, keeping apprised of issues that we can evaluate it as a team, make sure that both SpaceX and the NASA side get comfortable that we're good for crew launch. And so, like as you said, with the igniter fluid, the TTAB, the pyrophoric fluid that they load into the rocket to ignite the Merlin engines on Falcon 9's first stage, they provided the supply of the fluid, and they were expecting to see a good bleed in and start to see a response in the catch tank. And at first they weren't seeing a response, did some troubleshooting, and started to see a little bit of a response, but it was abnormal. So, based on the response of the catch tank and how that fluid fill was not really in family, the team talked through different scenarios. What could happen if we don't have a full bleed in? What is the appropriate course of action? So in the end, I think the team made a really good call to stand down that attempt. And then, of course, since then, they've gone into the system, did find, like you said, a clogged filter, a little bit more oxidation than typical. And that's kind of expected over the course of that system's use. And SpaceX does proactively go in and change that filter very frequently. This one got clogged a little sooner than normal. So caught us a little bit by surprise after, having a good performance on static fire. But, sometimes things like that happen.
There's so many systems that have to be just right in order for a rocket launch to go off. So it is impressive when they have something like that and work quickly through it.
Yeah, it's to turn it around that quickly is impressive. And like Kathy and multiple people said, in light of this, it just reminds us space flight is hard.
Absolutely. And so, John, now that you're returning for launch attempt number 2, how does the team reset for the next attempt?
Yeah, so the team has had a couple days to rest and get, eyes on the data from the first attempt, very important. So, we look through all the different performance sensor blips, anything that there is to look at, make sure that we're good to go today. So, yeah, the team's on console. I checked in with the folks on console just before coming on air, and everything's been going great. So, Dragon looks like it's ready to go today, and so we'll keep monitoring right through the big phases, like you said, launch, escape, arm, and then if the entire vehicle is ready and everyone's go for flight, we'll go get this off the ground today.
And that's great news. Everything been going pretty smoothly so far. Our weather and the ascent corridor is the one thing we're kind of keeping an eye on closely. Keeping an eye on a lot of things, but that one is the one that's kind of right on the line there. But so far, looking like we're going to go forward for an attempt, and that's great news. We've got 3 consecutive days, right, that we can do it now. So every 24 hours, we have an opportunity, a little less than 24 hours. And why is that we can go 3 days in a row?
Well, it's how the orbital mechanics work out, right? For getting to the station, and looking at the phasing times, the duration is important. Some days the phasing time to get to the International Space Station would just be too long for the crew to be, inside there for 3-4 days. So we try to get, shorter opportunities. Of course, we're protecting for contingencies, right? If we go on a very long phasing and then had an issue docking, had to re-rendezvous, come back, had bad weather, we protect for a lot of extra days of capability in the cabin, as Raja is well aware. So, just protecting for those opportunities and picking the best times to get to station.
Well, we hope that this is the one, the second attempt, and we won't have to visit those other 2 opportunities. John Posey, Crew Dragon lead engineer, thanks for being here for NASA, and we know you're now headed on console, headed over there to do your job.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, good luck tonight, and thank you again for being here. And now we'll head out to our VIP location where our Jasmine Hopkins is with a pair of special guests. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. The energy is picking up here at OSB2 as we march closer to launch. And right now, I'm so glad to be joined by Salem Al-Mari, the Director General of the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, as well as Hazza Al-Mansouri, UAE astronaut. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. Salem, we'll start with you. Sultan is the first UAE astronaut to go on a long-duration mission to the space station. He'll be on a 6-month science mission. So what is the UAE hoping to learn from him?
Definitely there's a lot we plan to do during this mission and learn from him and from this 6-month duration. So there's a lot of science we're going to be doing, a lot of human life sciences. There's science with over 20 different experiments with UAE universities and international universities, so that's something really big for us. But we also have a very in-depth education program where we will try and reach every school kid in the UAE, doing simple science experiments, simple YouTube videos, and of course, other than that, we'll do a lot of PAO events where we have these live chats with the astronaut from space, with our kids and public. So I think we're quite excited for this 6-month duration mission.
Right, a lot of excitement surrounding this. You said that you've actually been able to speak to Sultan in the duration from Sunday or Monday's morning attempt to now. So how is he feeling getting ready for launch again?
Sultan, he's super excited about his launch. It's going to be his first mission for also Woody and Andrey Fedyaev. They are super excited. They can't wait to experience the weightlessness and to start conducting science and to conduct experiments on board the International Space Station. It is a really beautiful night for launch, so hopefully it's going to happen today, and we are looking forward to see them floating within a couple of hours.
Yeah, we really are looking forward to that. It is a beautiful night for launch, so everybody's looking forward to it. Yes. Thank you both so much for being here tonight.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Of course. Daryl, back to you.
All right, thank you, Jasmine. And we are now T-minus 1 hour and 33 minutes until liftoff of Crew-6 from the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. You're watching live coverage of the Crew-6 launch. Monitoring the crew inside, and we've had some great interviews, but in the interim during that time, we heard that we're working no issues, and the team is moving forward through the countdown.
Yep, and we heard good comm checks. You heard earlier, right before we interviewed John, that they were going to redo the ground checks, so it sounds like those were done successfully, and all checks were good. And yeah, as you saw, we mentioned in that ISS video the science going on there, and you can see underneath Woody's feet just some of the science. So this, on average, each increment, so they'll be part of Expedition 68 and 69 when they get out there, running about 300 experiments an increment, which is just incredible when you think about what that national lab is doing up there, and with having 4 people go up at a time just allows so much more bandwidth in science. And I mean, I think that's the reason I think most of us do the job, just some exciting changing things. I think my favorite experiments we did up there, I call them dual purpose things, so some water reclamation and then carbon dioxide scrubbing things, and we were doing those things because they help us with exploration. So if we can have 98% of our water reclaimed, then we can meet the mass margins to go to Mars. And if we can scrub CO2, again, we can live on the moon and on Mars. But the cool thing about those technologies is if you scale them on Earth, I mean, think about reclaiming 98% of our water, solving our CO2 problems. I mean, these are existential, species-changing technologies, and just that we're just starting to get into the fundamentals of. And if we can solve some of those problems, I mean, the impact NASA can have just on the world, let alone the solar system, is mind-boggling. So I think that's, to me, why I love this job and why I think so much of us love doing this and the things you can discover in a microgravity environment. Even simple things like we did a concrete hardening experiment when I was up there.
I remember that.
Which I thought at the time was like, how?
Why are we
I'm sorry for whoever the poor scientist is like, how lame is this? Literally watching concrete harden. But Matthias, who's a brilliant materials scientist, explained to me, so that the reason we were doing it was to be able to use regolith on the surface of the moon to build structures. But the other cool earth science part is apparently concrete hardening releases CO2, and it's a ridiculous amount of carbon we put in the atmosphere on the Earth, just from the process of it hardening. So one of the side benefits is this is figuring out better ways for concrete to harden. And you think about all the developing places in the world, if we just gave them a simpler concrete formulation that didn't emit greenhouse gases, again, just game-changing stuff. So really cool that, each increment is going to do that, and this national lab is just paying huge dividends, besides teaching us how to live and work in space and get to the moon and Mars, but also changing our life every day.
There have been spin-offs from space ever since, the space program came into existence, and it's amazing to hear just how many continue to come and benefit not just us, but humanity.
Yeah, and it's, that's actually more data than we know what to do with. One of the common problems, or not problems, but people are like, what's the most important experiment you did? It's hard to say. I mean, every day we're doing someone's life's work, some universities, years of research, and we get to be the ones that actually finish the execution of it. So it's just an amazing experience up there.
And what a privilege to
Yeah.
be able to do that. We are currently at T-minus 1 hour and 30 minutes until Dragon flies its next 4-person crew to the International Space Station. The astronauts, as we can see earlier, and now as we look at the spacecraft, there they are. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoburg, and mission specialist Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev. In their seats, they're strapped in, ready to go. And along our launch timeline at the moment, we're getting ready to have those launch escape system and communication checks conducted by the Falcon launch team. And we'll be listening in for that call out.
Yeah, so the closeout crew is presumably still working items there, and we expect around at T-minus an hour is when they would probably start departing. And then that gives them time to clear out the what we call the hazard zone before they start working the launch escape systems.
Each Crew-6 astronaut is allowed to bring a few personal items with them inside the Dragon capsule there, and they do that so they can have something for their roughly 6 months in space, you know, something from Earth to remind them of family, friends, loved ones, something they love about planet Earth. And here's a few of the items that Crew-6 is taking up. Sultan Alneyadi said he's bringing a kimono. He's going to be throwing some moves up there, some jiu-jitsu. He's also bringing a small toy rocket from the popular European comic Tintin. Andrey Fedyaev is taking a few photos and some pins he plans on sharing with his family when he gets back home. For NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg, he's bringing one simple item, a photograph with deep personal meaning to him.
In terms of personal items, mine's simple. Unfortunately, over the summer, I lost my father, and so I'm just bringing a photo of him that means a lot to me. And I wish he could come along with me, but at least I will be bringing him along with me. So
I'll talk this.
Yeah, and this is the photo right here, Raj. Woody says it's a picture of his dad, Jim Hoburg, finishing the Boston Marathon and leaving it all on the course. Jim Hoburg, along with his wife Peggy, raised Woody and his brother in Pittsburgh, PA. He was an electrical engineering professor at Carnegie Mellon University, where he was known for his exceptional teaching. When he was 75 years of age, he passed away at 75, I should say. Woody says he will remember his father for always showing up and for his relentless pursuit of truth. When he gets to space, he's going to keep that photo in his crew quarters, a touching tribute to his father all the way up there in space.
Yeah, and I think what a tribute, and like we were talking about before, none of us got here on our own. Someone got us here, and you know, Woody's dad made Woody who he is. All of our parents made us who we are. The instructors at JSC, the centers we visit, we are really just a reflection of them. So I'm glad Woody's able to take his father with him. I think most astronauts take things to remind them of their family, their loved ones, up with them, because you are separated from the Earth, but it's right there, but you can't go home at the end of the night, so having that to remind you is very important.
Now here's what we talk about, what you brought up, and we did this last time, but
I had to change my show and tell. Yeah.
I love that you did that, by the way. What do you have?
So last time I had my academy shirt. I also had a high school shirt. So
you brought two shirts.
I had two shirts. Yeah.
Okay.
So
what do we have
Columbus
here?
Sailor. So from Waterloo, Iowa. Yeah. So I grew up
Waterloo,
in
Iowa. That's right.
So my high school shirt. One thing. So we showed these last time.
Yeah.
Showed my space retainer, which I was
Remember
also
that.
not supposed to bring back.
How can I forget?
So I showed last time we had the RMO for our mission. The other one I brought up, so my wife works for the Department of Veterans Affairs, and that's obviously near and dear to my heart, the agency itself. So I brought up an RMO, or a coin, I'll say it out loud, but from the Department of Veterans Affairs. The other thing we bring up that I ask some of the astronauts is a Mach 25 patch and 100-day patches. And then you fly those, and also things called Silver Snoopies, which are pins that we give out to a very small percentage of the NASA workforce. So it's really special to get one that's flown in space, and specifically from one that was flown by an astronaut for you. This is similar, not a Silver Snoopy, but a pendant with our patch on it, and we flew these for some of the key people. So for some of the folks that helped with our mission planning and training, so you can see the 3 on there.
Yeah.
And so ones that are ones that are flown in space are obviously highly sought after. Cards for my kids. I had lots.
Oh, I didn't see this
Yeah,
one.
these are different ones. I had lots. My wife is definitely my better half, and so I had all kinds of cards and notes for my kids, including
look at
this,
what this one says right here. Can't wait.
Yep,
And
a little landing one in the water. This one's the planets, complete with the rings of Saturn.
yeah. Well, you know she loves her daddy because right here, this is the capsule. It says Crew-3 on it, and here are the kids at the bottom, and they have a little. They're saying, "It's Dad coming home." Oh my gosh.
And then an interesting one we didn't talk about. We talked about what Nick Hague Ninja 12 is helping, but so a lot of us fly up with glasses. I don't wear glasses, but people have heard the term SANS. So your vision shifts in space. And so what happens? It shifts. So what happens is the fluid in your body pushes up, and what can happen, this is the leading theory, so we're actually still trying to figure out exactly what happens, but the leading theory is that fluid pushes against the back of your cornea and it changes the shape of your eye. And so they fly us up, so these are glasses I had with me in the Dragon, in the event that my vision shifted enough that I would have a hard time reading the displays.
Put those on real quick and show us what that look is.
I think
like.
you're just trying to humiliate me now. Yes. Now I can't see the screen though, the teleprompter, so I'm going to take them back off. But yeah, I can see up close really well. That's what it's meant for is up close vision.
Yeah. And the strap, of course, to hold it on your face.
Exactly.
Because,
this is the space strap.
The
yeah,
space
exactly.
Well,
space modified glasses.
But did you have to use them?
So actually, I used. My near vision did get worse, but not bad enough I couldn't see Dragon displays, but it would fatigue my eyes using the laptops on station. So for about the first month I'd wear them, and then my eyes adjusted and I stopped wearing them. But for about a month I would, just to avoid eye fatigue. And then once I got back, they generally go back to normal.
And well, that's good. And we continue to work on finding out
we do, yes.
what exactly the cause is.
Especially because we know they generally go back to normal, but that's why we need more long-term data, because we don't know on a 2-year mission to Mars, like would it go back to normal? Are we confident? But
what would happen there? Well,
exactly.
That's good stuff. Thank you for sharing
no problem.
new. Hopefully we won't have to get to a third
Hopefully
one.
not.
We have to dig up some more stuff, but we appreciate your wife giving us a fresh supply of stuff you took to space. Thank you very much. Well, when they aren't launching into space or working hard to prepare to go into space, the NASA Astronaut Corps, well, they try to find time to watch their friends go into space. And you would know that.
Yeah, so I'm here, but we saw Nick as Ninja 12. We saw Ike Glover helping with the family sport. We saw Joe Akaba, the chief. Sharon,
this is when they were getting ready to go
exactly.
out.
So the office is spread out doing all kinds of things. You have, last time Reed was up with the administrator.
Reed Wiseman.
Exactly. So we are all over the place. But even if you're not, you're probably online or at home watching. And so I was going to try to dial in. So Woody, as we talked about, is sitting in a seat that's been used before. So I was going to try to get.
You're not calling Woody, are you?
I'm not. Well, I don't think I could try call. I don't know the answer.
She's on the line.
Awesome. Let's try. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Megan MacArthur on the line, who flew on Crew-2 that I got to train with. And so Megan, can you hear me? Okay.
Hey, Roz, I got you loud and clear.
Hey, awesome to talk to you. Thanks for calling. So Megan's at home in Houston watching the launch, and you might have better ideas about what they're doing. I think you guys came up with a game to kill some time while you're waiting for the closeout crew to leave.
Yeah, well, it's been enough time that, when you first get in, of course, you're all business and you go through your checklist and you review the nominal timeline and you of course, review the contingency actions that you might have to take. But now you're into just the wait. I was lucky enough to fly with a really fun and fun-loving crew, and so we set about entertaining each other. And, we had Thomas as kind of our Julie, the cruise director, and he had us playing a variety of different games that I'm not sure if he made them up or these are French games or what, but he kept us well entertained.
It looked like the French version of rock, paper, scissors. I'm not sure if that's what it was, but
so it's called the Game of Thumbs, and I won't strain anybody by trying to say that en français, but the Game of Thumbs, and so it's a little bit like rock, paper, scissors.
Well, Megan, you're watching us, get ready to launch Crew-6, and of course, you were on Crew-2, and what a mission that was. And what's it like to be where you are, kind of relaxing, getting ready to watch the astronauts go up?
It's so exciting. It's so much fun to see your friends go into space. Of course, Steve is a classmate of mine, And Woody was my family escort. Actually, he was with my family when I was getting to launch in that very same seat. And so my son in particular is very excited to get to watch Woody launch. So he's made me promise. I had to peel him away from the screen to get him to go to bed with the promise that I would wake him up in time to watch the launch. So we're excited for all 4 of the crew members of Crew-6, and we can't wait to see them get started on this next phase of their adventure.
Very cool.
That's awesome. And you know what? We are counting down just 1 hour and 20 minutes to go until liftoff. And, you know, I got to ask you, Megan, how's Raj doing so far? Because you were one of our co-hosts sitting in this seat. So you want to grade him live on the air?
You could text me.
Oh man, A+. Daryl, how could it be anything else? He's just doing amazing. We are, like I said, I had to peel my kid away from the screen, and of course, Raja, he recognized you as the guy that cut his hair.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Before Daddy came home.
His quarantine cut. Yeah. I still don't pay for
That's
haircuts.
right.
I cut
That was
my
an
own hair.
important haircut, yeah.
Theo was a test case. Yeah. Megan was nice enough to let me test out my haircutting skills on our son.
Really?
Wait. You didn't tell me that.
No, don't worry. I tried. I did it on other kids. Theo wasn't the first.
Yeah, you cut your hair in space. Remember, did you? There's some kind of Flowbee thing that you used?
Yeah, it's basically a Flowbee. Yeah, it's a very loud Flowbee. Yeah.
And Megan, were you doing your hair in space? No.
Oh no. We just let that grow up.
Yeah, just let it grow out. And I remember seeing the shot of you, just your hair just flowing freely, and it's a great shot of you floating around, doing your business.
Yeah, I often feel like my hair deserves its own credit, you know, in the credit line, like Megan and Megan's hair, because it's a whole entity on its own.
Got a lot of traction there. Well, Megan, I just want to let you know that I brought lots of snacks, courtesy of my wife, Rachel. She packed me up a big bag here. I know you took a shot at me when your husband co-hosted, so I want you to know I'm in good hands.
Awesome. Can't have you getting grumpy.
No, ma'am. Thank you very much. Well, Megan, we really appreciate you joining us this evening, watching the launch from home. Thank you so much for being on the broadcast with us.
Thank Megan. I'll see you back in Houston.
You guys are doing awesome. Take care.
All right, Megan MacArthur, Crew-2 pilot, and did a fantastic job for us as a co-host, completed an amazing mission. She did a ton of work working with kids, especially afterwards. She's really leading an effort in education. Great having her on the broadcast. Hey, take a look at this. This is Crew-6's patch. And we want to talk about how this came into existence. You know, it's very unique. Each patch for each mission, every flight has one, and it's designed by the crew. So you can see the one for Crew-6, and what you'll notice right away is the wooden Dragon ship with the Dragon figurehead there. And that's because each Crew-6 member has an affinity for seafaring vessels. And then check out the anchor. It's the International Space Station. You see it there. And then lastly, the sail represents the 3 planetary bodies of Earth, Moon, and Mars, the ultimate destination of NASA's Artemis program. I like that call forward to where we're going, even though this is a mission to low Earth orbit.
Yeah, I think that's a common theme in a lot of the patches. You'll see like a reference to Moon, Mars, Orion, something like that. We definitely see this as a stepping stone to go beyond low Earth orbit. I mean, that's one of the cool things about Commercial Crew is we are putting private industry to low Earth orbit so that NASA can focus resources and people on exploration and going beyond low Earth orbit.
That's right. We're just 1 hour and 17 minutes until liftoff of Crew-6. Hearing good things about the countdown as we go along the way. The crew has ingressed, helped by our closeout team, of course. The umbilicals are attached. They provide the breathing air and comms to Dragon and the astronauts. Suit leak checks completed, comms checks completed with the core and the launch director. After those suit leak checks, the closeout team was able to close and seal the hatch, which has its own leak check. They made sure to look for any FOD that might be there, and FOD stands for Foreign Object Debris. As we look in from the White Room, the closeout team will wait another 15 minutes before they'll clear out of that area.
You saw those orange bags, so there's no, the people are starting to move out of there, but you saw those orange packs in that previous view just to the right on that wall. Those are actually breathing apparatus in case they have to emergency egress, that they can actually hook into their suits and get breathing air to get all the way off the pad.
So we understand that the closeout team has actually departed the pad. And now they're doing some final weather checks. That'll be necessary before they give that final go, no-go for launch. Going to put the balloons up into the air. The winds have picked up a little bit, but not too bad at all.
Yeah, and a great example, continuing to run ahead of timeline, and specifically that closeout crew already being done much earlier than last time. But again, it's their, you can tell it's a well-oiled machine now. They had the practice from just doing this 2 days ago, and now doing it again. When I talked to Steve about what they've been up to in between.
Talking about Commander Steve Bowen?
Commander Steve Bowen, yep, between last attempt and now. His perspective is very similar to what we talked about the other night. Basically another free training sim event. And Steve, actually, like I mentioned before, he was the lead closeout person, so he was in that white room for STS-127, which had 6 attempts. And so he mentioned that the crew actually got sick of seeing his face because he was always the first person to open up the hatch on the shuttle, and they would see him leaning in. But I think, he brought up similar to what we talked about. I think everyone on the crew was actually impressed by the fact that, no one had go fever, no one down to 2 minutes, but no one was like, oh, we should just go. Like the administrator said, we go when we're absolutely ready. We have an abort system, but or a launch escape system, but you don't want to rely on that. Right. You want to rely on making the right engineering decision. And so he actually, talked about the fact that, yes, it's the 6th operational crew mission, but every one of these missions is really a test flight. We're always learning new things. Now we learned about, oxidation rates of T-tab line filters, so you're always learning something new. We talked last time about even the procedures they're using. So they're in a procedure called 4.100, and just in the last launch to now, they've changed the section numbers of that. So we're always iterating and improving and trying to figure out ways to do it better and more efficiently. Like you mentioned tonight, we're doing things in parallel, which is why now we have some time. So it seems like we're ahead, but if we had a problem with the side hatch closer or had a problem with the leak checks, this would all be time that we could use now to not be rushed. So it's great to keep iterating and practicing and learning.
It's hard to imagine when you have a launch scrubbed that so much can come from it that's good. Talking about that data, we heard NASA's Dragon lead engineer talk about how they've been poring over the data. We've had a dry dress, essentially a wet dress in the first launch attempt, and as you mentioned, always iterating and always learning. All right, we want to check in now with our friends in Houston, Texas, in the Johnson Space Center. Courtney Beasley is standing by. Courtney?
Thanks, Daryl. The team here in Mission Control Houston has polled that they are go for launch. The International Space Station is ready for Crew-6 astronauts to lift off. When Flight Director Jed Freeling polled his team, he was asking the flight controllers who work on all of the key systems on board the station if their focus areas were online and working properly. This includes life support systems, proper communications links, computers that allow us to command the station's onboard subsystems, and our ability to control and maneuver the space station are all fully functional. The crew in orbit is currently in a sleep period, and they are scheduled to wake up at midnight Central Time. The International Space Station Flight Control team is ready for launch. Mission Control Houston will continue monitoring the mission as we check off milestones for today's flight. In the meantime, I'll send it back out to the team at Kennedy. Daryl.
All right, a beautiful shot from high above the Kennedy Space Center, going by the VAB as we look out at Launch Complex 39A. During the previous launch attempt, I want to recall this. Raja told us that dragonflies during dry dress is a good luck charm. Well, after the scrub, I was watching the Starlink launch. What do you see there?
Looks like insects flying by, maybe dragonflies.
Yeah, I can't tell if they're insects on the screen or there you go. There was a buzz. Right? They were buzzing my phone. I thought it'd be a good idea to put some dragonflies in the show.
Good luck. I like it. Yeah.
Is that going to bring us some good luck?
I sure hope so.
Well, let's hope so indeed. 1 hour and 11 minutes, counting until liftoff. Let's check back in with Jasmine Hopkins, who has a special guest.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center Director Janet Petro. Thanks so much for being here, Janet.
Thank you, Jasmine, for having me.
We're always happy to have you. And you know, right now we're preparing for Take 2, second launch attempt of Crew-6, but this is something that the Kennedy workforce is built for, really. I mean, we're very agile. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, last year, 60th anniversary, we went through this with Artemis, not just 2 times, but we did it 3 times, successfully launching the 3rd time on November 16th. So launch is hard, the whole process, and we got to get it right. You know, they say, you know, you'd rather fix a problem on the ground than launch and then have a problem in the air. So the team, you know, the NASA team along with the SpaceX team has worked really hard. We had our Delta launch readiness review late yesterday evening, worked through the issues that we experienced on the first one, and we're ready to go tonight, Jasmine.
That is what we want to hear. It's good to hear that we are looking good for launch tonight, Janet. And you just mentioned that 60th anniversary. It was our diamond anniversary last year. To think that we've been here 6 decades, what is Kennedy doing to continue growing and improving?
So the first 60 years, you know, it started, Kennedy was with Apollo, and then diamond anniversary last year, Artemis, first launch of Artemis, going back to the moon. But, you know, as a spaceport, we really have come into our own. We've really brought a lot of the commercial industry here to launch. 94 launches on the manifest this year. We had 57 last year, like you mentioned, 31 the year before that. So we are growing. We obviously are a very popular place, not just because of the geography, but the services that we're providing at the center to our commercial partners and customers. We're working very hard to make it easy for them to launch and to provide them the best services. And I got to brag for a moment. We have a spaceport integration team. They coordinate with the 45th SLD, the Space Force side. Every single one of those 90-plus launches will be supported by our Kennedy team as well as the Space Force side. We work jointly together in partnership to ensure that all of those launches are successful. And of that 90-plus, 79 are commercial. So a large percentage of that is the commercial launches. And so across the board, we have our NASA, we have our government, we have our national space security missions we support, but we also have the commercial that we have to take care of also.
Right, Janet, I mean, those numbers just really blow me away. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course, always happy to have you.
Go Crew-6.
Exactly, go Crew-6. Daryl, back to you.
Thank you, Jasmine and Janet. Throughout the show, we've been taking your hashtag #AskNASA questions from social media. We have time for a few more before Falcon 9 fueling begins at T-minus 35 minutes. We're sitting now at 1:08 and counting. And Raja, there's the question. It seems like astronauts work on some really cool and interesting things other than flying. Raja, can you take a minute and talk about something interesting that you're working on right now? You're not flying, currently on a mission, obviously because you're here. So what you working on?
Yeah, so I'd say most of our time is not actually flying in space, so we do maintain the training for that, whether it's NBL, which is the neutral buoyancy lab, so doing practice spacewalks in there, whether it's working on the ISS systems, working on different experiments, getting smart on geology, biology, but we also all work on different projects in the office on the engineering and development program. So specifically, there's a whole lot of work going on in Artemis right now. The administrator talked about Artemis. That is the goal of the agency to get us back to the moon, to stay and go on to Mars. So there's the SLS, which is the rocket. There's the Orion, which is the capsule. There's the Gateway, which is the Lunar Space Station. And then there's the HLS, the Human Landing System, which is the lander. So that's my particular job right now, is helping with lunar lander development and testing. And so I love my job. I love to fly in space, but I also love my day job. And so that's, you know, we're doing all different kinds of things. There's folks working on the lunar exploration suits, so those are the space suits for the surface. So we're not going to use, we talked about there's IV suits, which are for in the vehicle. There's EVA suits, which is what we use on the space station, and we are working on lunar suits because that's different than either of the ones we have. And so if we get to the moon, we are going there to do science, and so we need to get out there and go do the science. So that's another big project that people are working on. And yeah, so it's we are spread all over the place, training and working with all these development teams.
Yeah, and it seems like there's a similarity there to when Bob and Doug were working in the commercial crew program early on, developing these vehicles. You're very early on in the HLS system, so it's got to be kind of exciting to be working on the next thing that's going to land on the moon.
Yeah, I think all of us enjoy it. That's why it's fun to do these things. And our job is in the office is to fly in space, but also to bring the crew's perspective, the operational perspective, to all these programs and to these efforts to make sure that we're the human is the important part of human space flight, and so keeping that in mind and keeping that at the forefront is always really important, and that's why it's important to have us tied into all those programs.
And for those of us, for those of you who are watching, and for those of us who are enjoying watching, if you want in on the social fun, follow us on Twitter at NASA Social, or check us out on the web at nasa.gov/social/social. Hey, this is a really quick question, a really easy one. At Slow asks, Raja, what inspires you?
What inspires me? I think the idea of exploring is what inspires me, the idea of new discoveries, and I think I kind of alluded to why I'm so excited about science before, solving problems here on Earth. So I would love to see humanity go and explore, like live on the moon, go to the next planet, but I also am inspired by the fact that we are finding solutions for problems here on Earth right now. So that's what inspires me to work here.
And it must be rewarding as well.
It's amazing, yeah. So I think what inspires me is inspiring others too. So I think one of the coolest parts of our jobs, it takes time and effort because you're traveling, but going to talk to like school kids, that's hands down one of my most favorite things
really
to go do. And just, yeah, I mean, seeing their excitement, just the
when an astronaut walks in the door,
it's just so fun, and
yeah.
Whether it's elementary answering bathroom questions, because I've heard plenty, all the way to really to university students who have questions like, where do I go, and like what kind of degrees, and so it is really cool, and it inspires me to be even a potential inspiration, or to potentially help or set a spark maybe in someone's mind, or give them the idea of what's possible.
Deep curiosity as well. We are 1 hour and 4 minutes and counting until liftoff. This day is the continuation of regular flights to the space station from U.S. soil. Crew-6 and the mission will be the company's 6th crewed space flight. This is for, of course, SpaceX and NASA, following the crewed test flight Demo 2 and 4 previous operational crewed missions to the space station. It will also be SpaceX's 8th crewed space flight overall, including the private orbital mission Inspiration 4. Today, our crew is flying on board Dragon Endeavour, and this will be the 4th flight for this capsule. It'll be taking a ride on a brand new Falcon 9 rocket. The Dragon is this particular Dragon, Endeavour, is the flight leader in the fleet. Its 4th flight, which includes Demo 2, Axiom 1. It's been a great countdown so far, 1 hour and 3 minutes and counting. Weather is fantastic here at the Kennedy Space Center, only a 5% chance of violation. That means 95% go. Doing some math here, getting inspired by my fellow astronaut here. Really advanced stuff.
Avoid math in public, that's my rule.
That's a good idea. Excitement is picking up, though, as we get closer to T0. And so with roughly about an hour,
No, go ahead.
About an hour to go until liftoff, things are going to start picking up. We get close to the go, no-go pole to arm the launch escape system and begin the propellant loading. The crew pole for readiness, that will happen right at T-minus 60 minutes. And then the Dragon pole for prop load is at T-minus 55 minutes. From there, at T-minus 45 minutes, there will be an internal mission control Hawthorne pole, and then the launch director's pole for propellant loading will follow. When we get to about T-minus 40 minutes, the crew access arm will retract, and the crew will get the call to close their visors and to arm the launch escape system. We're going to walk you all the way through it. This is the automated safety system that's in place that can fire the 8 Super Draco thrusters on Dragon to quickly separate the crew from the rocket, either on the pad or during a flight on the ride uphill. And then, once we reach about T-minus 35 minutes, propellant loading for the Falcon 9 will begin. Thanks for tuning in. You're watching live launch coverage of NASA and SpaceX's 6th rotational flight of astronauts and 1 cosmonaut to the International Space Station. We are T-minus 1 hour and counting until liftoff. And with us today is NASA astronaut Raja Chari. Raja, thanks for coming back.
Yeah, glad to be back. Hoping to see my first launch.
Indeed. And if you didn't know, Raja is getting ready to witness his first launch. He rode on a rocket as we turn the corner from the vehicle assembly building to show off the launch pad just beyond it. Oh, this is a great shot.
The big reveal. Look at that.
It certainly
is.
is.
Cool.
There it is, the Launch Complex 39A, holding for a 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time liftoff.
And so right now the crew is going through kind of mentally, probably looking forward to the prop
Dragon
timeline.
SpaceX,
and you
cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
SpaceX Dragon copies, we're watching.
Quickly explain what that is.
So give them that call. So a lot of times whenever they're going to do something with any prop loading or valves, they'll give the crew a heads up. So if they hear the sound or feel the vibration, that they know that that's planned. So they usually give them a call prior. You mentioned that it's about to get a lot busier on the loops as they start going through some go, no-go polls and talking to the crew. And so they are looking ahead in what's called the event details, and they have probably 2 displays up, one that's event details, one that's in procedure 4.100. They're sitting in 4.100 waiting for the poll to say that they can arm the LES, the launch escape system. And on the timeline, they're probably looking at what the prop loading steps are and just kind of anticipating what's coming up next, probably scrolling ahead to kind of talk through the launch sequence and using this time to basically what we call chair fly, talk through.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
All right, picking up section 5, preparation for LES arming.
All right. Great insight into what's happening in Crew Dragon right now, but we want to recap the last 3 hours. Our crew of Stephen Bowen, Woody Hoburg, Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev have been getting ready to launch into space after waking up and having a meal. SpaceX helped the astronauts into their suits, and then you see them here, walking out the historic crew quarters, walking the same path that every NASA astronaut has done since Apollo 7, waving to family and loved ones as well as to the cameras there to document their journey. Then you see them here, inside their Teslas, joined in a caravan as they went down the road, led by Center Security, till they arrived here at Launch Complex 39A. They did the rocket recline, went up the tower, and walked down the crew access arm here. Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen crawling into Crew Dragon. And then once inside, they got strapped in, got their suits checked, comm checks, and now we watch as the Dragon spacecraft sits on top of the Falcon 9 rocket, getting ready for fueling and arming of the launch escape system. At this time, we are expanding our coverage and would like to welcome SpaceX and NASA commentators who are joining us live from Hawthorne, California. Welcome to you both.
Hey, thank you so much, Daryl, and hello to everybody watching around the world. I'm Gary Jordan with NASA's Communications.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a production and engineering manager here at SpaceX. Gary and I are joining you today from our headquarters in Hawthorne, California. While Crew-6 marks SpaceX's 6th operational mission for NASA, it's actually our 8th human spaceflight mission to the International Space Station and overall 34th Dragon mission to the orbiting laboratory. And the Dragon supporting tonight's mission will be making its 4th visit to the station, having previously supported Demo 2, Crew 2, and Axiom Mission 1.
And speaking of Demo 2, the spacecraft was named Dragon Endeavour by Bob and Doug during its inaugural flight in May of 2020. And yet another fun fact, tonight's launch marks our 4-year anniversary of the Demo 1 mission, which launched on the same day, just a couple of hours later than we're launching today, which served as an end-to-end test flight of Dragon's capabilities. Since Crew 1 in November of 2020, SpaceX has been regularly flying commercial crew missions for NASA to and from the International Space Station at an average cadence of about 1 flight every 6 months.
It took a lot of love and dedication to get here today, and we are still learning and innovating from every launch. From the beginning, Dragon was designed to eventually fly people to help further our ultimate goal of making life multiplanetary. The Dragon hanging from the ceiling behind us was initially flown to certify SpaceX for cargo missions to the space station over 10 years ago. It flew back in 2010, but it included a window because the vehicle had been designed from the beginning to fly crew. We always knew that this was the direction that we wanted to go in. As we continue the countdown to liftoff, we'd like to welcome you to SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne. This is where our teams are staffed around the clock to monitor Dragon and the mission overall. On console or headset in Mission Control are 6 key positions. The mission director is in charge of the room and tasked with making real-time decisions to ensure mission success. The person that you may hear talking to the astronauts is the Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, who you'll hear us refer to as the core throughout the broadcast. And the 4 additional team members are focused on vehicle systems, including avionics, navigation and control, software, propulsion, life support, and communication with ground support teams. Apart from Mission Control, our Falcon 9 team is currently located in Firing Room 4 in the Launch Control Center at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Now, with less than an hour until launch, they are settling in for final checkouts, propellant loading, and for launch.
And then, of course, NASA has its own team members at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, Texas, who have been preparing the space station for Dragon's arrival. And they recently gave their go for launch, saying that the station is ready to receive the new crew. Upon liftoff, today's ride to the space station will take about 24.5 hours, with Dragon flying autonomously the entire way. And just like autopilot on a commercial aircraft, the crew always has the ability to take manual control of the spacecraft if needed.
Now at under T-minus 55 minutes, we are looking good for an on-time liftoff, and our very own incredible Kate Tice has been monitoring the progress of the countdown. How's it going so far, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. I'm Kate Tice, SpaceX Quality Systems Engineering Manager, bringing you vehicle status updates this evening. It's been a pretty smooth countdown so far. The Crew-6 astronauts wrapped up ingress at T-minus 2 hours and 34 minutes. Since then, the teams completed the required comm checks, suit leak checks, and side hatch closure, as well as side hatch leak check. The closeout team has departed the BDA, and the pad is clear. Now, as for Falcon 9, our 2-stage reusable rocket that you see there on your screen, final propulsion checkouts of first and second stages began a few minutes ago in preparation for propellant loading. This involves testing valves and engine pneumatic pressurization. Now, as you might be able to guess from the lack of re-entry soot on Falcon 9's first stage, which is the lower 2/3 of the vehicle there, that booster will be flying for the first time tonight. Now, at T-minus 45 minutes, less than 10 minutes from now, the team will report their readiness for prop load with a final electronic go, no-go poll. Before we can begin propellant loading on Falcon 9, we still have a couple tasks to perform. First, the crew access arm will be moved out of its service position as you see it in now, and it will rotate away from the Dragon capsule and over to its launch position. That will happen between T-minus 44 and 42 minutes, almost immediately after the T-minus 45-minute launch director's briefing. With the access arm out of the way, the launch escape system will then be armed. Once those 2 events are complete, Dragon will be ready for Falcon propellant loading. As for weather, we will also verify with the launch weather officer that all of the weather conditions meet our launch constraints. Those include items such as wind speed, lightning, and precipitation in the area surrounding pad 39A. But tonight, we're expecting acceptable weather conditions for launch, both at surface level and upper altitudes. Once again, our probability of violation of those conditions is only 5%, so looking good. The range is currently clear for launch. A worldwide network of ground stations and tracking and data relay satellites, or TDRS, are ready to support, and those are what help us get live views and data as Dragon heads into orbit. Today, we have an instantaneous launch window at 12:34 a.m. Eastern. As I've said before, once we begin propellant load, there is no opportunity to change the T0. The timing for Dragon to rendezvous with the International Space Station is down to the exact second. So today, we only get one chance. But the good news, at T-minus 51 minutes and 32 seconds, we are go for launch.
Great news. Thanks, Kate. Today's launch marks the 6th time a rotational crew will fly on a commercial spacecraft. And much like our previous crews, today's crew has been training with our teams at SpaceX for the last several months, running nominal and emergency simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated inside of Dragon. And as with every mission, each one of our crew members brings a diverse set of experience to today's flight.
That's right, and let's start with the mission's commander. Steve Bowen was born in Cohasset, Massachusetts. He holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from the U.S. Naval Academy and a master's in ocean engineering from the Joint Program in Applied Ocean Science and Engineering at MIT and Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. In July 2000, Bowen became the first submarine officer selected as an astronaut by NASA. This will be Bowen's 4th trip into space as a veteran of 3 space shuttle missions, STS-126 in 2008, STS-132 in 2010, and STS-133 in 2011. Bowen has logged more than 40 days in space, including 47 hours, 18 minutes during 7 spacewalks. As mission commander, he'll be responsible for all phases of flight aboard Dragon, from launch to reentry.
Warren Woody Hoburg is from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He earned a bachelor's degree in aeronautics and astronautics from MIT and a doctorate in electrical engineering and computer science from the University of California, Berkeley. He is also a commercial pilot with instrument, single engine, and multi-engine ratings. The mission will be Hoburg's first flight since his selection as an astronaut in 2017. As pilot, he will be responsible for spacecraft systems and performance on Dragon.
Sultan Alneyadi will be making his first trip to space, representing the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates. Aboard Dragon, he'll serve as a mission specialist, working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He spent time in the UAE military prior to becoming one of the first 2 individuals selected by his country when they started their space program just a few years ago in 2017. Alneyadi will be the first UAE astronaut to fly on a commercial spacecraft.
Andrey Fedyaev will be making his first trip to space and will also serve as a mission specialist, monitoring the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He was selected as a cosmonaut in 2012 and will be the 2nd cosmonaut to fly aboard a SpaceX Dragon. Each of these crew members will be a part of Expedition 68 upon their arrival to the International Space Station. Now let's head over to Kate Tice for another status update on the countdown. How's it going, Kate?
Thanks, Jesse. We're coming up to T-minus 48 minutes and 40 seconds. The SpaceX launch teams are finishing final review of data from all the checkouts of Falcon 9 over the last hour. The launch director has confirmed with the launch weather officer that weather meets propellant loading constraints. So up next will be to poll the team for readiness, both to load propellant and to launch. That will be the final poll prior to liftoff. The 7 SpaceX responsible engineers, often called REs, indicate that they are go by electronically voting on the online countdown procedure. The launch director, or LD, also checks with the Dragon mission director, MD, and the NASA launch manager to make sure they are ready. Earlier, you saw the vehicle assembly building called the VAB. The Falcon and Dragon launch team, as well as key NASA launch members, are in the Launch Control Center adjacent to the VAB. You can actually see where they are right now on the right-hand side of your screen. They have a view straight towards pad 39A through those large windows of firing room 4. On your screen, you see there the Dragon capsule with the crew access arm still in the service position. The crew is on board Dragon waiting for the next instructions, which will be to stow the crew arm for launch and to arm the launch escape system. Once the launch director gives the final instructions to the launch team in that T-minus 45-minute briefing, immediately afterward, the crew access arm sequence will be armed and initiated. We should get a good view of that access arm as it swings away from the capsule. That will take about 2 minutes to complete its rotation to move out of the way. The range continues to be go for launch. They continue to monitor the clearance area around the launch pad, as well as the air and sea space around that downward upstream, or the flight corridor downstream from the launch pad. As we mentioned before, we have to make sure that all areas are secure in the unlikely event of an abort. There at Kennedy Space Center, the conditions are predicted to be acceptable for launch. You can, if we had daylight, you'd be able to see that conditions are pretty calm. There's 13-mile-per-hour winds from the south-southwest, so pretty mild all in all. The downrange landing zones, as I mentioned before, are also within the conditions as needed, if needed for an escape. So everything also looking go downrange. Now, in about a minute, we will hear the briefing from the launch director. As I mentioned before, the readiness poll that is underway is the final go for propellant load and for launch. There on screen, you can see the 4 crew members of Crew-6 waiting patiently to go to space. Not much for them to do at this moment, but wait for that LD briefing, which will be coming up in about 35 seconds. As I mentioned before, the team in mission control, as well as the teams in firing room 4, they are basically collectively, both with NASA launch team and the Dragon launch team and the Falcon
Poll
launch
is
team.
complete, and the team is ready for crew access arm retract, propellant load, and launch. Both control rooms are going to lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators are remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they'll approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence immediately and proceed into the launch abort sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off, relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew for movement.
There we heard that final go for launch and prop load from launch director having.
Crew arm, so get started.
And there we just heard the call out that the crew access arm retraction is underway. So let's head back to Daryl over at Kennedy as they have a live view of that retraction as it happens, and will be the major final physical reconfiguration of the pad prior to launch. Daryl, how's it going?
Great, Kate, and thank you very much as we watch the crew access arm move quickly at first and then rotate away from the Dragon spacecraft. There's the view from inside the crew access arm, the white room at the very end of it. As we can see, the water tower out there. Hitting another milestone here, Raja, on our way to liftoff.
Yep, and the crew is definitely tracking through all this on a timeline. So they're procedurally in 4.100, following that SpaceX is retracting the crew arm and then starting to prepare. The next big step they'll be taking is arming the launch escape system. And then looking forward on the timeline to basically go through the steps for the prop loading. So we talked a little bit about the first broadcast, but there's kind of a key mental note here as well. If there was an emergency pad egress, they probably have some crew coordination of who's going to get to the hatch first, but you definitely want to make sure the crew arm is back in place. So there's this period of time while the crew access arm is not there, the launch escape system is not armed. So
Crew access arm retraction complete.
You need the arm to swing back to the capsule before you can actually egress. You need to make sure that's there before you step out.
Critically important, and we got some beautiful views from our flight operations team, which is not only making sure that the area around the rocket is safe, but also giving us some spectacular views of that crew access arm as it retracted away from the rocket, and there it is again right there.
Yeah, it's a great view where you can see both the strong back, which is the structural piece holding the rocket up there now, and then the crew access arm swung back.
Open now to the air and the atmosphere. Hopefully no dragonflies that far up, and We had our own dragonflies earlier, Raj. So we're working.
We have successfully had good luck here at the launch broadcast test.
Okay,
We've done our part.
It's feeling good. We're doing doing what we can.
There's a great view too of the trunk, so you can see the side, which is the part just below the capsule. That's got the avionics radiators for cooling, and then the left side that looks black in the picture here is actually the solar panels that generates the power for the capsule on orbit.
Curious. It looks like we saw a plane off there in the distance, and it could be pretty well off given it's dark and night.
That might have been the helo out there potentially too.
Ah, very good. Good call. The countdown T-minus 41 minutes and counting, and we're heading down to a launch time of 12:34 a.m. We saw the retraction. That's the last major visual milestone as we prepare for liftoff. Shortly thereafter, we should hear the call out that the launch escape system is armed. And then from there, Raja, we will hear that F9 prop load has started.
Yep, and timeline-wise, I'd expect probably about another minute and a half or two. They'll tell the crew to they'll tell them to go ahead and step into the arming. You'll see them putting visors down. You'll probably see them tugging at the restraint straps, just making sure everything is extra tight, making sure you saw, like Andrey before was using his stylus to probably edit some of the weather data they had on their iPad. They'll stow all those things and basically put themselves in a posture where you see them stowing it right now, where you could be in a posture where if the capsule were to initiate a launch escape, you'd be prepared for that. So from the time that is hot, you are pretty much sitting on a live set of Super Dracos that could go off automatically if the vehicle senses a malfunction once the prop loading starts. Or it could be manually initiated, so you always want to be ready once that system's hot.
Well, Raja, you say it, and then we see it. Calling it out. Remember well from your time as the commander of Crew 3. It's worth noting, you just came back from space. It was, what, May of last year?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I would go back in a heartbeat, but it's also good to be back home. But
you're watching your friends go up.
Yeah, this is it's really surreal to have friends and colleagues on the end of that rocket, and I think it just reinforces the importance. You asked earlier, and the question was like, what do we do on our normal job? There's also people in our office. So Joe, who's the chief of the office, goes to the launch trainers reviews, and you are signing up your friends to go ride in this thing. So we take it pretty seriously, as well we should. You can
strapped in?
Yep, you can see just by Andrey's left leg, the red of that bag. We were talking about that earlier, but you couldn't
Dragon
see it.
SpaceX, go for Section 6, close visors, arm launch escape system.
All right, we're picking up Section 6 on closing the visors and arming the launch escape system.
All right, so you see them reaching up to the displays. They're stepping into that section of the procedure, all verbalizing now with the visors down, that the Vox settings are correct so they can hear each other.
SpaceX Dragon, visors are closed. We're arming the launch escape system.
They have some telemetry on their display that shows them what the automatic thresholds are to make sure they're not violating one of those thresholds before they arm the system. We talked about that earlier tonight, to make sure you don't inadvertently initiate a launch escape. And then we also talked about the flight computer state, so that's what they're watching to actually know. So you actually hear the thunks because those valves that isolate the Super Dracos are in the capsule, so you can actually see like where that NASA worm is and where the U.S. flag is.
Those are the engines.
Those are the engines, so they're right by your head on the inside. So when you arm it, you can actually hear the sound of the valves opening up, and that's what allows prop to flow to the Super Dracos in the event of a launch escape.
Can you hear the prop flow as well?
Well, hopefully you never hear that sound.
Oh, no, okay, so it doesn't bleed in the system?
No,
okay.
No.
It just opens the valve.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
There's the verification of arming of the launch escape system. Right on time with our milestones as we count down.
And so for the crew, they're now closing out 4.100, which is their launch preparation procedure. And they're now stepping ahead to what's the prop loading timeline on their displays, which is going to give them times of when is the different tanks are pressurizing and loading. There's no telemetry in the Dragon that tells you what the F9 tanks have in them in terms of amount of fuel. You can see what's in the Dragon, but not the F9. And so you rely on this timeline and the calls from the team to know the status, and that gives you an indication based on the timeline you have if things are behind or ahead or on timeline.
The team on the ground can certainly see.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the ground team can see that all, but that's not all piped into the Dragon.
Venting for propellant load.
We'll start venting. These would be the tanks on the ground.
Right. So as they start to, they have what's called these giant accumulators that are full of the fuel that they then pump into the F9. And the two things I learned on our first broadcast attempt, one is that the license plate changes every time. The second that I also learned from you is that you can tell out here how full the rocket is by looking at the level that the condensation comes off the outside of the rocket, which you can't see that on the inside, but that's a good technique for if you're watching on the outside and don't have the benefit of having the displays the crew has or the telemetry the ground has to just get a look at binoculars if you're standing on the causeway or on TV and know how full the tank is.
Outdoor fuel gauge.
Yeah. Only if you launch in the humidity of Florida. I don't know if it'd work in the desert as well.
Well, we get to see launches out at Vandenberg, California, and it's a little drier out there. It still is on the coast, so we have some humidity, but it is quite a sight.
It's a definite pro tip. I didn't know that. I've been
I've
been in the office for 5 years. No one taught me that.
Told
so.
an astronaut something.
Yeah.
I'm feeling proud. But I tell you what, you haven't learned nearly as much as I've learned in my time being in these two launch attempts, and so happy you could come back and count this down. We know our astronauts all around the country are watching. Checked in with Megan MacArthur earlier, had a nice little chat with her. She's watching. Other astronauts from the Corps. The astronaut Corps is roughly, about 42 astronauts?
Yep, about that, yep. And then a new class called, they're named the Flies, the 2021 class.
The Flies,
that's
their name?
About halfway through their training, yep, and looking forward to, they're crushing it as you would expect.
Started.
There's the call from the Corps.
Yeah, here we go.
So at this point, all the closeout crew is not only off the tower, but outside what's called the exclusion zone or the hazard area, or different words for it. Basically the radius away from the launch pad, since there's now prop flowing into the rocket.
Well, T-minus 34 minutes and counting until liftoff. Today will begin the next 6-month rotation mission to the International Space Station. As we've been documenting, we heard the launch escape system armed. Happened just before that propellant load began. Dragon capsule. It was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer for the fuel. SpaceX uses monomethyl hydrazine, or what they call MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for oxidizer. And together, these propellants feed those Draco engines that will maneuver Dragon on orbit. It also feeds those 8 Super Draco engines you were talking about that would power the launch escape system in an abort scenario. And so with that fueling having begun, that means those 8 Super Draco engines inside Crew Dragon are ready. We heard, or rather Raja relayed, that the astronauts can hear those valves turning, getting that system ready to go. Should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. Of course, NASA and SpaceX teams, they train extensively for exactly that type of contingency. And so with T-minus 33 minutes and counting, let's head back over to SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California for an operations update from Kate Tice. Kate?
Thanks, Daryl. I continue to follow along with the final minutes of the launch countdown, heading for on-time launch just under 33 minutes from now. Everything's still looking good for Dragon and Falcon 9. No major issues reported by the teams at this time. As we heard on the loops, the launch escape system is now armed, and Falcon 9 propellant loading began at T-minus 35 minutes. The first and second stages of Falcon 9 are each loaded with 2 liquid propellants. One is oxidizer, loaded into a tank at the top of each stage. The other, a fuel, loaded into a tank at the bottom of each stage. The fuel that we use to power the Merlin engines is RP1, which is a refined kerosene. The oxidizer loaded on each stage is densified liquid oxygen, or LOX. Densified means it is kept much colder than typical for launch vehicles and takes up less volume, which allows for more oxidizer to be loaded into the first and second stages. And as Raja mentioned minutes ago, you can tell how full the tanks are based on how high the condensation appears on the outside of the vehicle. To ignite the fuel and oxidizer in the Merlin rocket engine, we use the ignition fluids of triethyl aluminum and triethyl boron, also called TTEB. When TTEB comes into contact with oxygen, it burns and produces a green-colored flame. Once we have the flame going, we add the kerosene fuel into the Merlin chamber and the engine ramps up to full power. You might see the green flash just as the second stage engine ignites following stage separation 2 minutes and 48 seconds into flight. Now, for those of you who have been following along, you'll know that we stood down from our initial launch attempt of Crew-6 on February 26th due to a TTEB ground system issue. It was determined to be the result of a clogged ground system filter that was impeding the flow of TTEB. SpaceX teams replaced the filter, purged the TTEB line with nitrogen, and verified the lines are ready for launch. Lastly, we're topping off helium into pressure vessels on both stages. That is actually used to pressurize the tanks in flight as the propellant is pulled out and consumed by the Merlin engines. It's very similar to when you're drinking from a plastic water bottle.
Helium loading has started.
And there's that call out for that cryo-helium load I was just talking about. It's similar to drinking out of a plastic water bottle. You got to let some air back into the bottle to keep it from crumpling. Now, on board the spacecraft, the astronauts are monitoring the systems while propellants are loaded into the Falcon 9 below them, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. The crew's training in the simulator here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, actually included playback of sounds recorded in Dragon capsules during recent flights. So all of the sounds that they're hearing now, not only did they hear before in our previous launch attempt, but they heard it during the training simulations as well. As for the range, they continue to report no problems, and they are go to support launch. Weather also looks great. As I mentioned before, our probability of violation for the launch constraints is only 5%, so really good on that front. As a reminder, today we have an instantaneous launch time. So at this point, if we hear a hold for any reason, we will have to stand down and target our backup launch opportunity tomorrow, just under 24 hours from tonight's planned launch. At this point in time, at just under T-minus 29.5 minutes, I'll turn it back over to Jesse and Gary for an overview of events that we'll see after liftoff.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. For Crew-6, the astronauts' flight to station will take about 24.5 hours.
And as we wait for that T0 mark coming up in just about 29 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure that both the Dragon and the Falcon 9 are ready for launch. You're going to be looking at a live view of our teams at the Cape as they prepare for liftoff. Now, as we wait for that launch clock to hit 0, we wanted to give you an overview of what the ascent portion of that mission is going to look like.
Once we hit T0 and a successful launch occurs, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent.
At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9 engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit that max Q point, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we are through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our 9 Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that will happen in rapid succession.
First is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin 1D engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which is our second event. This is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth from landing, as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event, SES-1, or second stage engine start number 1, where the MVAC engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our Crew-6 astronauts, into orbit.
As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back down home on Earth. The first is the entry burn. That's where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite and then shut down again. Now, this helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
And while the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its 1 Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of a good orbital insertion.
About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn is just a single engine burn, but it's powerful enough to bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on our drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while the Falcon 9 first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Once Dragon is a short distance away, it'll begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage. It's worth noting that these are not the Super Draco engines that would be used during an abort scenario.
About 40 seconds after separation, Dragon's nose cone deploy sequence will begin. It will take roughly 4 minutes for the nose cone hooks to unlatch and open, exposing its guidance navigation controls that will help Dragon autonomously fly to the space station.
And lastly, once the nose cone is deployed, the remaining Draco thrusters on the forward bulkhead will be checked. From there, over the next 24-ish hours, Dragon will be in its rendezvous and approach phases, undergoing a number of phasing burns as it makes its way to station. All of that will be coming up soon, but for now, let's check back in with Courtney in Mission Control Houston. Courtney.
Thanks, Gary. The flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston are laser focused on the onboard systems of the space station, ensuring it is ready to receive Crew Dragon. They're also making sure communication links between the station, Dragon, and the ground are working properly, and the consensus to this point is that everything is proceeding right on track. Teams here in Mission Control Houston, the team in Hawthorne, and the astronauts aboard the space station will monitor the autonomous docking of the Dragon spacecraft on Friday. They'll perform a series of leak checks, then work to open the hatches on both the Dragon side and inside the station's pressurized mating adapter. We expect hatch opening to take place about an hour and a half after docking. Once on board, the astronauts will be greeted by the space station crew and will then join in for welcoming remarks for the new crew members. From there on out, they will no longer be referred to as Crew-6, but rather as flight engineers of the International Space Station until their return back to Earth. Here in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is on console overseeing the team for launch. And that's it from here in Mission Control Houston, so I'll toss it back to the team in Florida. Daryl, how's it looking?
We're looking great out here, Courtney, and thank you very much as we cruise around the set here. Our production team doing a great job showing us all the sights and the sounds of the countdown of Crew-6. Liftoff is at 12:34 a.m. Eastern Time, and if you're just joining us, well, we're doing well, having a great countdown, 24 minutes to go for the 6th astronaut rotation mission to the International Space Station under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. Commander Stephen Bowen, pilot Woody Hoburg, and mission specialists Sultan Alneyadi and Andrey Fedyaev are strapped into the seats, as you can see them here inside Dragon Endeavour. The Falcon 9 rocket fueling operation well underway. The launch escape system is armed. That means Dragon is prepared to launch itself away from the Falcon 9 in case of an emergency on the pad or after liftoff. So far, operations looking and sounding as we would expect. And you can see on the rocket, we're filling her up. The condensation of the warm, humid Florida air down there shows you that, well, my guess would be about a third. But I have no actual telemetry to tell me that. Just going by the condensation coming off the rocket. It really super chills the skin on the outside of the rocket, and then that condenses the air in the atmosphere, the water that's in the air. And it really is something to look at once it's ready to go, all the way up and down the rocket.
And the reason they make it super cold is, if there's probably, let's see, 3rd or 4th graders out there, I know that's what my kids are learning about, is like when something's really cold, it gets dense, so you can get more of it in there. So that's why it's important. Every drop of gas matters when you're trying to get to orbit. You want as much margin. John was talking before about why we build the timelines we do, and so, we always hope everything goes nominally, but we train for all kinds of contingencies. And so we've been talking about launch escapes, but the next phase is rendezvousing with the space station. And so we protect for a problem with either the station or the capsule and having to back away and then come back again in 24 hours. And so all that requires prop and gas, and the further and higher the F9 can get the Dragon, the more options we have. So that's why they chill the gas. You heard calls earlier about the cryo-helium, and like they talked about it out at Hawthorne. That means that we have enough gas to pressurize the tanks. And then next you'll start hearing probably in about another minute, they'll start talking about stage 2 fuel being loaded. And so you'll hear calls, hear them talk about stage 2 and stage 1. It's a 2-stage rocket. So there's fuel and oxidizer for both the stages. The first stage, like they described, having the 9 engines, and the second stage having 1. But both of those have separate tanks for the fuel and oxidizer. And you'll hear them calling those out. Because again, the crew probably can't as much hear it like the same way they hear the Super Draco valves, but you can hear sort of some creaking and some noises, definitely some vibrations. So getting a call before that happens just kind of reassures them that sound is expected and gives them a reference point on the time that they're following.
We're about 37 seconds away from completing stage 2 RP1 load. In the meantime, let's tell you about the crew. The commander of Crew-6 is Captain Stephen G. Bowen. He hails from Cohasset, Massachusetts. Married with 3 children, holds the title of first U.S. Navy submarine officer to be selected as a mission specialist by NASA. Captain Bowen is also a veteran of NASA space flights, including the space shuttle flights on STS-126, 132, and 133, the only astronaut to ever go consecutive back-to-back shuttles. Sitting next to Stephen is pilot Warren Woody Hoburg, the 37-year-old from Pittsburgh. He studied aeronautics and astronautics from MIT before getting a doctorate in electrical engineering and a computer science degree from the University of California, Berkeley. During grad school, Hoburg worked as an EMT with the Yosemite Search and Rescue. Crew-6 will be Hoburg's...
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
And there's that load complete. Stage 2 is in the books. We'll load it up. And now you can see the venting off of that liquid oxygen. Talking about Hoburg, this flight will be his first flight since NASA selected him to be an astronaut along with Rajachari's class in 2017, the Turtles. In the role of mission specialist is astronaut Sultan Alneyadi. He was chosen by the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates to be a part of expeditions 68-69. Father of 5, spent most of his life in Al Ain and Abu Dhabi, but in 2020 traded that in for astronaut training in Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center. This will be his first trip to space. And it's also the first trip for second mission specialist Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrey Fedyaev. He will be working to monitor the spacecraft during the dynamic launch and re-entry phases of flight. He will be a flight engineer for Expedition 68, just turned 42 years of age. Each of these 4 crew members will be part of Expedition 68 once they arrive at the International Space Station. T-minus 18 minutes and counting. We had strong back chill that began. And coming up in just a few minutes, we'll start loading liquid oxygen onto the second stage.
And I think a great testament to the international partnerships of this program. Half the crew is international. Sultan being the first UAE astronaut to launch on a U.S. vehicle from the U.S. to have trained at Johnson Space Center. An amazing completion of the partnership that started several years ago, and taking that now all the way to completion. And just great to see, NASA and space exploration being just this great unifier for the world, especially as there's low Earth orbit, but then we look beyond that to Artemis and Mars, and just the collaboration and the work to do such hard things and really pulling together the best of all the nations.
And the partnership of those nations rises above all else, and it's impressive, the camaraderie of the crews in space with their international backgrounds.
So that venting, so we talked about there's 2 things happening in the
Dragon SpaceX, F9 is proceeding with prop load, and we're tracking no issues with Dragon or F9 going into launch.
SpaceX Dragon copy.
So update from the core that's on track. So we talked about the condensation a few times, and there's also the venting. So 2 different processes. The condensation is the super chilled fuel cooling the metal and the skin around it. The venting is because it's super cold as it heats up on the inside just from the air temperature, essentially working its way in there, it vents, and so that's just like a pot boiling, and just like you would, lift the lid off a tea kettle to let the pressure out. This is the same thing you're seeing happen there. So that's what's happening kind of from the middle of the screen.
Yeah, and on a calm night like tonight, the winds have totally died down. You can see it as it cascades down like a waterfall coming off the middle of the strongback there. Want to make a quick note about the radio and how you can hear. If you're on local amateur radio on the VHF radio frequency, turn into 146.940 megahertz and UHF radio frequency 444.925 megahertz on the FM mode. You can hear this all around the Space Coast.
Load has started.
And there goes our Stage 2 LOX load on a beautiful night on the coast of Central Florida. For Stage 1, that's going to continue to load, and we'll see that go all the way down to T-minus 6 minutes. In terms of the RP1 load. In terms of LOX, that will continue until about T-minus 3 to 2 minutes on the liquid oxygen side. A lot more volume, of course, in the first stage. Hey, let's throw up a quick social media question. What do you say, Raj?
Sounds good. What do we got here?
At JSE Garin asks, I am 9 years old and want to know if you can see airplanes on the ISS. I have never heard that question.
So actually, Megan MacArthur had a cool post where she took a picture of the ground and you can see the contrails of a plane. So you can't see a plane if it's not what we call conning, meaning contrails. You can, if you can find the contrails, then you can follow it back to find the plane, but it's super hard to find an actual airplane that's not in the contrails. We also spent some time on Crew 3 trying to see who could one-up each other to find ships. So you can cheat and look around the Panama Canal to see if you could find ships there, but you need binoculars to help yourself. But if you know where to look or along the shipping lanes, you can usually find some ships. And then airplanes, if you look around like the places like over the Atlantic where you can look for contrails and find planes, but absolutely you can see them.
What a great answer. Didn't know that. Thank you, Raj. Let's head out to Kate Tice now.
Thanks, Daryl. Everything's still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour just under 15 minutes from now. Now, for those just tuning in, Falcon 9 began propellant load at T-minus 35 minutes. Around T-minus 20 minutes, Falcon 9 completed loading of RP1 fuel on the second stage. Fuel loading on the first stage remains underway, and it is approximately 80% full. It will finish around T-minus 6 minutes. Falcon 9 is also underway with loading of densified liquid oxygen, and that will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes for the first stage and T-minus 2 minutes for the second stage. Coming up, we'll perform checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, a procedure called TVC wiggles. We'll command Falcon 9 to activate those thrust vector controllers and actually wiggle the engines a couple degrees. This verifies that those engines will be able to move while in flight, which is how Falcon 9 steers itself during the ascent phase. Dragon mission director and team reporting no issues. Communication checkouts are complete, the crew access arm is retracted, and the launch escape system is armed. And as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen, the crew is strapped in and ready to go to space. Everybody looks pretty calm and chill, given that they are going to space in 13 minutes. Final instructions to the crew will come at T-minus 10 minutes. The crew displays will be configured for launch, which give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding and provides constant updates on vehicle health. At T-minus 5 minutes, we'll then be in terminal count, and Dragon will transition to internal power. We'll hear continued status callouts from SpaceX Mission Control as we get closer to liftoff. The ranges go, all secured air and sea space remain clear, and as you can see, weather remains gorgeous, and everything still remains inbound for the launch criteria. So all in all, Falcon 9 and Dragon Endeavour, all systems remain go for launch in just 12 minutes and 34 seconds from now.
All right, thank you very much, Kate. And take a look at this picture. Before their flight, Crew-6 got a picture with what was supposed to be their booster. Actually got swapped out for a brand new booster, but anytime you get that close to the hardware, it's a cool thing. Brand new booster launching tonight. And at the time Falcon 9 and Dragon launches, The International Space Station, which is being tracked right here by Mission Control, will be 260 statute miles over the Bristol Channel, southwest of Cardiff, Wales. Crew-6, once they get off the ground, will spend the next 25 hours chasing down the International Space Station for a rendezvous at 1:11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. It'll be Friday. And we'll have live coverage on NASA TV of docking and the Crew-6 welcome ceremony at 11 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Final thoughts, Raja?
Yep,
as we get ready to lift off.
Yeah, so right here, they're at 10 minutes. They'll probably say some thank yous to the ground. A lot of people got them here. You're going to see them messing with the displays. So Woody and Steve will be putting up what's called forward views on the outside displays, so the mission specialists can monitor the parameters. That's how they monitor anything that would how the performance is doing. In the center display, they'll bring up the event details that show the launch, and you'll see them put their hands down once they get closer to launch, and they'll have this display up so they can basically watch. They'll have everything configured, and that's what they talk about, configuring for launch, so that you don't have to touch it during the launch itself.
Colonel Chari putting us in the seat of the astronauts with exactly what they're doing. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And one more thing I want to say. I don't know, Raja. I have a feeling there's love in the air. Not going to give it away, but it just feels like there's love in the air. You got to stay tuned to find out more about that. For now, we'll turn it over to Gary and Kate at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Take us through the rest of the countdown.
Thanks, Daryl. That's right. We're exactly T-minus 10.5 minutes until liftoff of Crew-6. As you can see there on your screen, Falcon 9 is underway with propellant loading, as indicated by those white clouds forming around the vehicle. The fuel loading is complete on the second stage. LOX load remains underway. It's about 40% full on the second stage. LOX load also underway.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirm crew displays configured for launch.
SpaceX Dragon crew displays are configured for launch.
Copy that, Steve. And once again, on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Dragon capsule Endeavour on its next trip to the International Space Station. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
And thanks again to everyone out there who made the vehicle, the ISS, our mission, and our crew ready for launch. Really want to thank everyone and appreciate the great call, much appreciated call for the scrub the other night. It was a great call and a good learning opportunity for the crew and I think for the teams. And so once more into the breach, dear friends, Crew-6 is ready to launch.
Some nice words there between the crew, as you see there on your screen, and SpaceX Core, located here at SpaceX Mission Control, which a live view there on your screen. As you can tell by perhaps the ambient noise around me, the energy is starting to grow in anticipation for launch, coming up about 8.5 minutes from now.
That's right. The energy is high here, Kate. Now at that T-minus 10-minute mark, we heard the good luck and Godspeed from the teams here in Mission Control in Hawthorne, where that crowd is gathering. Meanwhile, we're tracking the loading of fuel and oxidizer on the first and second stage. Second stage filled with fuel right now, continuing to fill with oxidizer. It'll be the last of the tanks to fill. Stage 1 continuing to be underway. At the 10-minute mark, you heard that call for configuring the crew displays for launch. That was confirmed. At the T-minus 10-minute mark, it also is a point where Falcon 9 launch commit criteria gets checked by the computers past that milestone. Now we're counting down to the next milestone at T-minus 7 minutes, which is setting up for engine chill.
That's right. We should hear that call out in about 44 seconds. At T-minus 7 minutes, we will actually open up the pre-valves to the M1D engines, those 9 engines at the base of the first stage. That will allow a little bit of that super chilled, densified liquid oxygen to flow into the hardware, those turbo pumps. And that basically helps prepare the hardware from a thermal standpoint or a temperature standpoint for that full flow of super chilled liquid oxygen. So we basically open up the pre-valves, and a little bit of that flows in and helps cool the hardware down in preparation for a full flow of liquid oxygen.
Engine chill has started.
And as expected, there's that call out for that engine chill, indicating the pre-valves are open and the engines are beginning to prepare for liftoff.
Now under 6 minutes, 45 seconds from launch. Again, we're continuing to fuel the Falcon 9 rocket. Stage 2 filled with the RP-1 kerosene. At the T-minus 6 minute mark, we should hear a call out that the stage 1 RP load is complete. They're just topping that off. Liquid oxygen on both the first and second stages come next.
RP-1 load complete.
And there's that confirmation. We're counting down to T-minus 5 minutes at this point. At T-minus 5, the Dragon is configured for terminal count. And at terminal count, Dragon is switched to internal power, right now receiving power from umbilical lines from the ground. Also at just under 5 minutes, we'll be waiting for strong back retract. The arm that's currently propping the Falcon 9 and Dragon up. We'll see the clamp arms start to open, and the strong back itself will tilt about 2 degrees off from where it is now at a 90-degree position. Just a little off, and then it'll get out of the way completely upon liftoff. Then, of course, comes the, after the strong back retracts, comes the completion of liquid oxygen loading on both the first and second stage. For now, T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds. We're going to stand by for that call of configuring for terminal count. Crew-6 in their seated positions and ready for launch.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count. Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, and we heard both of those calls. Dragon onboard computers are going to take control of the vehicle. We should be seeing the clamp arm at the very top of the second stage, right underneath where you see the unpressurized trunk of Dragon, which is indicated by the half black and half white indicators, the black being the solar panels that provide power to the Dragon
is retracted
on its transit to the International Space Station. Now that confirmation of strong back retract, we should be able to visually see that strong back.
The strong back will retract about 2 degrees away from the vehicle. Then at liftoff, the strong back will actually go back to 45 degrees. That strong back is part of the transporter erector, which provides the liquids and gases and electrical connections to the vehicle. As Gary pointed out, those clamp arms opened up underneath the trunk, just above the first stage. And you can see that action happening now as that initial retraction just a couple degrees away from the vehicle. At this point in time, fueling remains underway, propellant load remains underway. All fuels are loaded. That RP-1 liquid oxygen load should...
Stage 1, lock flow complete.
There, we just heard that call out that is all done. Second stage LOX load still underway. That will wrap up at about T-minus 2 minutes. Now that that first stage liquid oxygen load is complete, we'll see some more of that white gaseous cloud forming around the vehicle due to those lines being
Dragon
closed
is
off.
in terminal count and on internal power.
All right, good call out there indicating that Dragon is running on its own power. We are in the terminal count now at T-minus 2 minutes and 29 seconds. The crew remains comfortable there on the right-hand side of your screen. About 15 seconds remaining in stage 2 LOX load.
Stage 2, lock flow complete.
Okay.
Dragon is in auto idle.
You heard those calls. The Falcon 9 fully fueled with RP-1, rocket fuel, as well as the liquid oxygen. That call of Dragon is an auto idle. There's going to be a series
Gas
of calls.
has started. Expect rising.
There's the gas closeout, purging the lines of the fuel that have supplied the Falcon 9 with RP-1 and liquid oxygen. We'll also wait for a call of the arming of the flight termination system. The Dragon flight computers are configured for launch. Flight termination system will allow Falcon 9 to talk to Dragon on the ride uphill. Terminate the flight, issuing an abort.
Startup. Dragon is in countdown.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. Dragon is in countdown. Everything's looking good for launch.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Dragon, copy. Go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting. All teams pulled go.
seconds.
Ready for an on-time launch for the
T-minus
instantaneous
10,
window.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power, and liftoff of Crew-6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Crew-6, now launching on Endeavour's fourth flight to the International Space Station. Vehicles pitching downrange, 1.7 million pounds of thrust provided by the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. Hearing good calls, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T+34 seconds into the 6th rotational crew mission on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
So there we heard the call out indicating that the first stage engines will begin to throttle down in preparation for max Q, which is the moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure that the vehicle will experience during flight.
Vehicle is supersonic.
That call out there indicating the vehicle's traveling faster than the speed of sound.
Max Q.
Stage 1 throttle up.
All right, now that we're past max Q.
1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
That 1 Bravo indicator are different abort modes that are called that allow the ground teams and the crew to track about the position of the Falcon 9 and the Dragon as they make their way up the eastern seaboard. In the event of an abort, these different abort modes would indicate about the position where Dragon would land, as well as indicate what series of maneuvers Dragon would indicate. But so far, we're hearing good calls on the performance of the Falcon 9 on its ride uphill. 1 minute 53 seconds into flight.
We're about 30 seconds away from main engine cutoff, which will be followed quickly by stage separation and second engine start, which is the ignition of that MVAC engine on the second stage. Now about 10 seconds away from main engine cutoff.
Two Alpha.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
There you can see on your screen confirmation of stage separation as well as ignition of that second stage engine. Second stage is now carrying the Crew-6 astronauts to orbit. Beautiful view there on the left-hand side of your screen coming from the first stage, which, as you can see, is still gaining in altitude. It has not yet reached its apogee, a beautiful view of the Florida Space Coast there in the background.
Meanwhile, we're tracking good performance on that MVAC engine. On the screen to your right, we'll be hearing periodic performance calls about once every minute of the status of the trajectory of the second stage and the Crew-6 astronauts that are inside Crew Dragon Endeavour. We'll also be hearing call-outs,
Bermuda.
just like you heard just there, as we pass over the various ground stations along the ascent track.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
There's that performance call-out.
Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
As for the first stage there on the left-hand side of your screen, that first stage still gaining in altitude, although that gain is slowing down. It will be making its way back down to Earth, landing, attempting a landing on our drone ship. Just read the instructions, which is located off the Florida coast by a couple hundred miles.
The MVAC engine on stage 2 burns for 6 minutes after second stage ignition. We'll continue to see this engine burn until about 8.5 minutes into today's flight.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, nominal trajectory.
Again, these performance calls happen once a minute. Flight teams continuing to track the Falcon 9 and its ascent. Everything's looking good so far. You'll also continue to hear those check-ins of the ground stations as we pass them.
At this point in time, we're roughly 2 minutes away from the next major event, which will be the entry burn for the first stage. We will relight 3 engines, 3 M1D engines on that first stage to help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
We're approaching 200 kilometers in altitude. It's about 124 miles. Meanwhile, velocity.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
Good trajectory calls. About to pass 12,000 kilometers per
SpaceX
hour.
Dragon acknowledges nominal trajectory.
It's about 7,500 miles per hour.
Everything looking nominal for both first and second stages. Now coming up to T plus 6.5 minutes into flight.
Mostly what we're hearing now are the performance calls in the second stage. In about a minute is when we'll see a series of events in rapid succession. It's been a pretty good pace since second stage ignition. About less than a minute from now, we'll start to see
Dragon,
more action on the
SpaceX,
first stage.
Nominal trajectory.
SpaceX Dragon, nominal trajectory.
As Gary mentioned, those callouts occurring about once every minute. Now we're about 20 seconds away from the first stage entry burn. That burn will last about 30 seconds and help slow the vehicle down as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there you can see
Stage 2, FTS has safed.
on your screen that first stage entry burn has begun. That booster sees high drag, which actually scrubs roughly 70% of the velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. So about another 10 seconds of this entry burn. Again, 3 engines relit, the center and 2
Stage 1
radial
entry burn
engines.
shutdown.
And conclusion of that entry burn.
Meanwhile, good performance on the second stage. Since second stage ignition, we've been in a 2 alpha abort mode. The next abort modes will happen in rapid succession to Bravo, to Charlie, Delta,
Terminal
and Echo,
guidance.
each indicating different series of maneuvers in the event of an abort scenario. But as you've been hearing through the periodic checks, we're seeing good trajectory, good performance on the Dragon and Falcon 9. SECO, second stage engine cutoff, would be coming at 8 minutes 48 seconds. We're coming up on that event.
SpaceX Dragon, Shannon.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
Now off the coast of Shannon, Ireland. Standing by for SECO.
MVAC shutdown.
Stage 1 landing burn.
And there we heard the call out indicating that landing burn.
Dragon, SpaceX. We have a nominal orbit insertion.
Great news there for
SpaceX Dragon copies nominal orbital insertion.
Great
Launch
news
escape system disarmed.
for Dragon Endeavour.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed.
Attempting to land on our drone ship. Just read the instructions.
Stage 1 landing is expected signal.
And there you can see on your screen, and also indicated by the cheers behind me,
Signal,
successful landing of this booster. Its first trip to space, and therefore its first landing.
An eruption of applause here at SpaceX Mission Control. And of course, after second stage engine cutoff, you heard that call that the crew is in orbit. They're now in a coast phase, where the second stage remains idle for about 3 minutes before Dragon separates from the second stage. Meanwhile, you can see that first stage in the legs right on target. We're now getting views from the second stage. You can see this is one of the cameras that's pointing up into the trunk of Dragon. Of course, we're continuing to get views of the expansion nozzle at the end of the MVAC engine. The crew is in orbit. Falcon 9 has almost done its job. It completed its job with propelling the astronauts through the 6 minutes of the second stage, and of course, the more than 2.5 minutes of the first stage. Continuing in this coast period. We're heading to about the 12-minute mark after launch. So we're approaching 11 minutes right now. But it's great to see the crew in orbit. Of course, we are waiting for that separation. You can see this view right here of the MVAC engine. The second stage really in just an idle position, really just coasting, not many commands being issued from the Falcon 9. But of course, at the very end, we'll actually issue the command for separating the Dragon from the Falcon 9. You'll see a series, you may see a series of burns. The Draco engines on the service section of the Draco will fire and increase separation distance from the second stage.
Once again, live view there from the second stage looking up into the trunk, which of course is the unpressurized section that goes along with the Dragon capsule to the International Space Station. That's where we are able to store basically cargo that is able to be exposed to the vacuum of space. So a great view there looking up into the trunk. That will be hopefully the first views that we get of that separation event, which we're expecting here any second. There you can see on your screen confirmation.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Of that separation confirmed. Dragon Endeavour is now floating free in space.
That's right, the Falcon
Dragon,
9.
CE here. Welcome to orbit. Congratulations. Your flight is exactly 4 years after the flight of the Demo 1 mission. Like Andrey said, all the best things take 2 tries. Happy that we could get you off tonight. If you enjoyed your ride, please don't forget to give us 5 stars. Over to LD for some words.
Also, a friendly reminder to put your sushi orders in for CRS 27. Have a safe ride to the space station, and we look forward to seeing you when you get home. Thank you for flying SpaceX.
Expected loss of signal, Bermuda.
And SpaceX Dragon copies all. That was fantastic. Thank you.
The Crew-6 astronauts, of course, having a strong bond.
And SpaceX Dragon, we'd like to really, for the great ride to orbit today. It was greatly appreciated. May have taken 2 rides, but 2 times, but it was worth the trip. And I guess I'll pass it over to Woody for some words.
Yeah, SpaceX Dragon, just want to say as a rookie flyer, that was one heck of a ride. Thank you. I would say put it as an absolute miracle of engineering, and I just feel so lucky that I get to fly on this amazing machine. Thanks to SpaceX, thanks to NASA, Commercial Crew Program, and our international partners. A lot of innovation went into this, tireless work effort, and a lot of painstaking attention to detail and focus on testing. And I think that's what makes it all possible to fly humans in space. Thank you.
Some really nice words.
Всем ребят, большое за подготовку, за то, что помогали в этом деле. Мне и всем ребятам. И я хочу сказать, что сегодня человечество делает еще один шаг в подготовке к новому большому скачку. И для меня огромная честь быть частью такой большой и дружной семьи, и величайшей международной команды, как Международной космической станции, работая вместе на благо всего человечества. Today humanity takes another step for next big leap, and for me a huge honor to be part of such a big and friendly family and the greatest international team of the ISS, working together for all mankind. Thank you.
Well said, everybody. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic first. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله وصلنا الفضاء. بس بغيت أشكر أمي وأبوي وأشكر عائلتي. شكرا للقيادة الرشيدة وشكرا لمركز محمد بن راشد للفضاء اللي يعطوني الثقة هذه. وكذلك أشكر كل من جهزنا ودربنا لهذه اللحظة التاريخية من مختلف وكالات الفضاء في أنحاء العالم. شكرا لكم جزيلا. شكرا SpaceX لإيصالنا للفضاء. I would like to say thank you for everybody. Thanks to my parents, my family. Thanks to our leadership, the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center for their trust. Thank you for everybody who trained us and got us ready for this mission. This is incredible. Launch was incredible, amazing. Thank you so much. And last but not least, thank you NASA. Thank you SpaceX for flying us to space. Go Dragon, go SpaceX. And allow me to introduce our 5th crew member. His name is Suhail, and Suhail is the Arabic name for the star Canopus. And in the Middle East, we anticipate the appearance of Canopus because it marks the end of summer and the beginning of cool time. And Canopus is actually the 2nd brightest star in the night sky. And this is the 2nd flight for Suhail because he flew with astronaut Hassan Mansouri in 2019. And many people think Suhail is an alien, but to me, Earth in a spacesuit, but with high ambitions. Thank you once again, and talk to you from the ISS.
And Dragon SpaceX, we copy all those words. At this time, I can provide you an update that we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. For your awareness, on hard capture hook 5, we did swap to backup motors, so you'll see that the nose cone opening did swap to backup. However, all hooks did indicate that they were traveling and look good on backup.
Acquisition signal.
SpaceX Dragon copies, and we see that on the display.
All right. Very dynamic time. Of course, the Falcon 9 delivering the Crew-6 astronauts into orbit after the 9-minute ascent. We heard those great congratulatory words from each and every member of Crew-6, who of course had a strong bond with the teams here in Mission Control and SpaceX. That call you did here to the crew was about the nose cone. The nose cone is deploying now. They were troubleshooting an issue with one of the hooks, but switched to backup motors, and we're seeing that nose cone deploy now. But Crew-6 is now on its way to the International Space Station. It's going to take about 24.5 hours. So they'll go through a series of checks, a series of initial burns, and then eventually have a sleep period before waking up and really getting into the action with a lot of the burns that bring it closer and closer to the International Space Station. It'll be docking to the Zenith port. We're now getting views from the Dragon, and that's the nose cone deploying that you're seeing right now on the end of the Dragon. And Kate, this really sets the crew up for some of the major burns here. That nose cone deploying reveals the 4 forward bulkhead Dracos that do a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of those significant burns that bring the crew closer to the International Space Station.
That's right. The nose cone is basically the pointy end at the top of Dragon. So now with that being exposed, those forward bulkhead thrusters will be able to do their job as Dragon Endeavour makes its way to the International Space Station. Just prior to losing the ground station coverage, we were able to catch a quick glimpse of the 0G indicator. I always love seeing that be revealed as it's always different for each crew and it's always special to the crew members. So I love the words that were shared around that. And I personally have a strong connection to this capsule. This was the Demo 2 capsule, the Crew 2 capsule, the Axiom 1 capsule, and now the Crew-6 capsule. And so it always brings a lot of pride and joy to see this particular capsule fly in space safely once again. So with all that being said, let's head back over to Daryl and Raja, who saw all of the liftoff action live. You guys, I bet it was incredible having seen it from the press site myself a couple of times. I know you can feel it. Tell us how it was to see this crew lift off.
Absolutely, Kate, and thank you for the toss back here to the Kennedy Space Center. And on that point, we got to get Raja's reaction first because it was his first launch. He's been on a rocket. He's been to space.
Got to see the outside.
First time watching a launch.
Yeah, that was awesome, Daryl. It was better than I expected. So I think a much more throaty, rumbling sound once it started to pitch over, and a beautiful night here, so we could see the second stage light. We could actually see the throttle down for from stage 1 to stage B, which was really cool. Saw the separation, saw the light go out when the first stage separated, saw the second stage light, and got to watch it pretty much all the way to 2 Bravo. It was pretty impressive.
To 2 Bravo.
Sorry, those are different launch escape phases. So yeah, it was awesome seeing it from the ground and just kind of thinking through what that ride was like a while ago. But I'd rather be on the inside than the outside. But it's pretty
here with us.
But it's pretty impressive from both views. Yeah,
we're so glad
to see them, and exciting that they're on the way to the space station. I'm so happy for them.
No doubt. Congratulations to not only the crew that is getting up into space, but also everyone who helped make it possible. It takes a tremendous number of people in order to pull that off. And that roar, right? Did you feel it in your chest?
Yeah, so on the day of, you can hear it, you can feel it there and you can feel it here. You'd actually feel the vibration. They can actually bodily, it's actually vibrating your body,
Visceral,
the ground around you. And I think just the coolness of it, it's almost daytime around the launch pad when it first lit, just with the humidity, the temperature dew point spread right now. There's a lot of moisture in the air, so just the reflection of the light, you actually couldn't even see the top of the rocket. It was the plume lit up the whole horizon. So basically, as far as you could see, 180 degrees here, just looked like daylight for the first about 20 seconds. So it was really, really cool.
Well, your first launch, watching.
Yep, I'll be back again. Yeah, we're ready to see another one.
We love it. Fantastic. All right. As I mentioned before we got to the terminal count and ascent, I said there was a little bit of love in the air, right? Well, why is that? Well, a gentleman by the name of Sabih Farouk brought his girlfriend to the Banana Creek launch viewing location and proposed to her right at liftoff. They're both from Denver. we have a picture, and there it is. There's Sabi and his girlfriend,
now fiance.
and now fiance,
Yep.
Tamori, and she's sporting the ring. Congratulations to them. What a special thing to do. He had planned out this because during their when they first met, they had their first kiss at a rocket launch, and so he wanted to bring her back to propose, and it happened right here at the NASA Kennedy Space Center. What a neat love
That's
story,
a cool,
huh?
Yeah, what a great story. Yeah.
Congratulations to both of them. And so now let's turn it over to Jasmine, who is with a special guest with some post-launch reaction. Jasmine.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Here on the balcony of OSB2, we had a great view of launch, and the crowd around us just erupted in cheers. It lit up the night sky. Joining us now is Kennedy Space Center Deputy Center Director Kelvin Manning. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, it's great to be here, Jasmine.
We are so glad to have you. And Kelvin, first question is easy. What did you think of launch?
It was spectacular. And anytime we're putting people on a rocket makes it even more special. So we launch satellites, we launch all kind of things, but tonight it was Steve, Woody, Sultan, and Andrey, watching them walk out, saying goodbye to their families, and for us to get them off safely onto the International Space Station, that's a huge accomplishment.
It really is a huge accomplishment. Daryl just mentioned love in the air, and we saw that great proposal at Banana Creek. And Commercial Crew is really the perfect marriage of our commercial and our international partners. Isn't that right, Kelvin?
Absolutely. So government, industry, and international partners, it's kind of like a modern day, what we strive to have like Star Trek. You have all these people from different planets, and we're just getting started here. So maybe one day we'll have people from other planets as well.
We really are just kicking things off. And you mentioned, the astronauts flying on today's mission, and that you've actually been on the selection panel for a few of the astronaut classes before. One of those was the Turtles. So pretty exciting for you to get to see Woody fly today, right?
Oh, absolutely. Special guy, and really looking forward to seeing him on orbit and then getting him back home and hearing his stories.
Yeah, we're looking forward to having him back, as well as the rest of Crew-6. And this was really a great way to kick off the launches of 2023. We mentioned earlier with Janet Petro that we are looking at over 90 launches this year. So what else is going to station in the next few months?
Okay, we got a cargo resupply mission, CRS-27. We have Boeing's inaugural flight of the crew flight tests, looking for Sonny and Butch to sometime this spring to fly the CST-100 Starliner to station. That's a huge deal. And we got another commercial Axiom mission that'll go to the space station, and then we'll look at Crew-7 to follow these guys in another 6 months or so.
Wow, a lot of work going on here at the Kennedy Space Center. Kelvin, any final words of thanks that you want to give to the workforce here?
Yeah, it's all about the team, and this is America's space program. You talked about our industry partners, our other government partners, and our international partners. We have a lot to be proud of, and like we said, we're just getting started. So thank you, Jasmine.
Of course, and this really is the dream team. We appreciate you being here tonight, Kelvin. All right,
thank you.
Daryl, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jasmine, and you see her working the love in there with the CCP. Well done. Thank you very much. Well, the crew is on the way to the International Space Station. We did hear from the SpaceX team that the nose cone hooks at the top of the spacecraft, right?
Yep.
The Dragon, they went to the backup motors in order to release that nose cone. That's pretty critical to make sure you get that up. Great redundancy with the system there. But why is that so important that that nose cone comes off?
Yeah, so you can't dock to the space station without the nose cone. So as we saw, just looking at the views of the capsule before liftoff, it's closed for aerodynamics, because you don't want a door wide open while you're flying through the air. Once you're in space, of course, there's no drag, so then you can open that up, and that exposes the camera and the sensors that allow the Dragon to dock with the International Space Station. There's a whole lot of stuff going on, so the crew was working the comms back down to the ground and monitoring a whole bunch of systems. So we saw the separation. They have telemetry that gives them information about that, and then the next step is the nose cone deploy. And as you heard the Corps mention, all of those hooks, there's a dozen hooks, 6 of them are holding the nose cone, and then basically each of those hooks has backup and primary motors. So what you heard heard them describe is one of those went onto the backup motor to open the hook, which is why we have backup motors. Now with the nose cone open, they should be good to continue to the space station. And next thing they'll be talking about is phasing burns, so how they have to catch up. I'm sure there'll be teams looking at the data from that to see if it was kind of like we talked about earlier in the broadcast. Was it actually a problem with the primary motor, or was it just bad telemetry? So the ground has some ability to suss that out with some extra data they have. They can try resetting things. So my guess is when they go to actual docking, they may retry that primary motor just to see if it's working, and then they have the backup motor still as an option. So they still have the redundancy, but they'll sort through maybe troubleshooting that some more, but I don't think it should affect the follow-on.
So those hooks are used when they dock?
Right, the same hooks. There's a soft capture and a hard capture, a hard hook system that attaches onto the space station. But again, as long as the backup motor's working, it should be fine.
Should be good to go?
Yep.
All right, well, we will track it all along the way, and we saw a visual confirmation of the nose cone coming off.
Yep.
Saw that right on the video with the cameras that SpaceX has. And so now, Stephen, Woody, Sultan, and Andrey are on course to arrive at the International Space Station around 1:17 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And of course, NASA TV will be wrapping up our coverage, but you can follow along with Crew-6's entire ride to the station and hear real-time audio from space to ground on our mission audio stream on YouTube. Just look for the link on NASA social media accounts and in the description of the NASA YouTube launch broadcast. And though our coverage here at Kennedy Space Center is concluding, Crew-6's mission has only just begun. And you know it well, Raja, when you go up into the International Space Station, you really enjoyed the ride getting there because that's when the work starts.
Exactly, yeah. So it's actually a really nice period of time here. You got some time to look out the window, enjoy your time. You spend a lot of time in the sim, the Dragon sim, whether it's out at Hawthorne or the ones out in Houston. But it's nice to actually now enjoy the ride and take it all in, especially for the three rookies. Get used to some space adaptation, moving around in microgravity before you get on the space station, because as soon as you show up on the space station, man, it is busy. It is fun, but it is busy.
Time to get to work. Next up is our post-launch news conference scheduled for 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time on NASA TV. We'll have a live joint docking coverage of Crew-6. We'll have the welcome ceremony starting at 11 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. This will be on Thursday on NASA TV, as well as SpaceX's YouTube channel. And you can find mission updates on Twitter, at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov, including that link. We'll have it in there in the description of the mission audio stream if you want to stick with Crew-6 during their entire journey to the space station. Well, before we want to sign off here at Kennedy, I want to thank Rajachari for being on the launch broadcast and sharing your incredible experiences. I learned such an incredible amount. I hope our audience did too. You answered all their questions, and it was fascinating just to listen to all the things that happened. Really appreciate you being here.
I'm glad I got a chance to see a rocket launch, and so yeah, I highly recommend coming here to do this so you can get a great view of a rocket launch. It's the way to go.
Great plug for the Kennedy Space Center there, Roger. We appreciate that, and good luck to you on your work with the HLS. You're doing a lot of work there with the human landing system for the Artemis program, and people are really excited about that.
Yeah, they should be. It is an amazing time. We're seeing what we're doing in low Earth orbit, and that is just the first step, man. We are going back to the moon to stay and onto Mars, and it is a great time to be in space.
Congratulations on watching your first launch, and congratulations to the space lovebirds out there at the Kennedy Space Center who tied, well, at least had the proposal and got a big yes. And then, of course, thanks to all of our guests for joining us today. We really appreciate you watching. You are why we do this, right? So here now are some highlights from the journey to orbit off the Earth for the Earth. For Rajachari and everyone here at the NASA Kennedy Space Center, I'm Daryl Nail. Have a great night and keep looking up. Crew-6 on the move inside astronaut crew quarters. Crew-6 walking outside of astronaut crew quarters for the second time. Andrey Fedyaev, Woody Hoburg, Stephen Bowen, and Sultan Alneyadi. The crew departing the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, a full security escort across NASA's Kennedy Space Center to Launch Pad 39A. The commander and pilot, Stephen and Woody, making their way inside Dragon. There go our two mission specialists as they cross the hatch, being very careful
It's a 5-point harness just to save wear and tear on the suits. A lot of times the ground crew will help with doing that.
As we watch the SpaceX closeout crew close the hatch to the Dragon capsule.
3, 2, 1. Engines full power and liftoff of Crew-6. Go Dragon, go Falcon.
Crew-6 now launching on Endeavour's fourth flight to the International Space Station. Vehicles pitching down range, 1.7 million pounds of thrust, 5.9 rather than the engines on the first stage. Hearing good calls, stage 1 propulsion is nominal.